Welcome everyone. My name is Kirill Saloyos and I'll be the moderator for the most interesting track today, malware analysis and hackers in action. I'm sure we will have more and more people coming in for the whole day until we're totally full. But as our first speaker today in this track, it is my honor to present Jarno Niemela, who will be talking to us about zero-day defense, or how do we break 0 days by denying resources from an attacker. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you. So I think that we already have been cyberized more than enough, so I don't want to spend too much time on profiling our enemy. But what we have is a confusing keyboard. But basically what we have is security researcher Charlie Miller. We have activists, we have professional criminals after money, nation states, and then we have terrorists. But we already saw 40 minutes of that, so let's get to the interesting topic. So what all of this means in practice. It doesn't really matter whether you are facing a terrorist, spy, or somebody else. They all have pretty much the same limitations. Just like a regular malware, spy does need to have a code running in system. If he doesn't have code running in system, he cannot really attack. That's the key to all of these attacks. That means that the attacker has to be able to infect at least one device, and unless he was extremely lucky, he needs to be able to move wherever the things are interesting. So from defender's point of view, there's actually isn't that much difference between your advanced corporate James Bond attack or your regular criminal. They only have fancier toys. So that means that all of our attackers do need command and control access. They need to be able to direct attack. They need to be able to leak the stolen goods. And there are some differences. When we are talking about nation states, they have a lot more resources. So they do have actual 0 days. They do have exotic attacks. They can bribe people. And then, of course, the greater threat, on my opinion, is that spy is patient. You are facing a government employee, and that government employee has more than enough time. And that basically means that he will be patient. And nothing's more dangerous than a patient enemy. So that means that if you use a spy as your worst case, you're pretty much prepared against everything else, whether you worry about spies or not, but they are very good model enemy. That's how we think at F-Secure. We take the worst enemy we can think of, then we figure out how to stop that. And that pretty much take care of everybody else too. Bloody hell. Excuse me. And that means that in the stages of attack, the first thing that the enemy needs to do is that he needs to reckon the environment and build an exploit and malware for attack. He needs to get in contact with the target, because without contact there can be no attack. But contact is not enough. He needs to get the target to run an exploit and be able to install malware either in the file system, in memory, or somewhere else. If he doesn't have hostile code running in system, he doesn't have that particular system under control. And he needs a command and control access to be able to target the beachhead malware. And after that, he needs to be able to move laterally within the target network, so that he can actually find whatever is interesting in that particular target, and then he needs to leak the valuables out, do the sabotage, or do something else, so basically profit. And after that, he needs to be able to persist as long as possible. And this is kind of the chain that no matter whether we are talking about Stuxnet or we are talking about your common criminal, the pattern of the operation is same, which of course means that in order to have a good defense, it pays much to focus on the early stages as much as possible. And why I'm talking about 0 days today. Whatever defense mechanism kills 0 days is pretty effective against all other forms of attack. So if attack and malware are unknown, then the detection-based methods don't work. Well, That's quite rather obvious. So traditional antivirus is no defense for 0 days. So what do we need to do? We need to create effective defense that targets the things needed by attacker. You cannot know what will be the next 0 day. You can make a guess that it's most likely Flash, Java, Silverlight, PDF, etc. So you know what your attacker needs. He needs the victim to run the platform where the exploit operates. So we start denying things needed for attack. Exploiting is impossible if the feature where the exploitable code is not enabled. A lot of these things can be done automatically by good endpoint protection, so that's what we are doing. But then again, I'm not here to sell our products. Our products are supposed to be so good that they sell themselves. So I will be telling mostly on the stuff that are needed from you, in addition of just using our or any other high quality security product. So the first thing you need to do is to hamper recon. One thing to learn about attacks is that all attackers need to know what they are attacking. Exploits are very usually software specific and even more so software version specific. So that means that if you make your either remove the information that what software you are using or preferably lie, you are going to make your enemy waste a lot of time figuring out that exactly what that guy is running. And second thing is, of course, that the other way the attacker is going to figure you out is to attack your people and get them tell what software you are using. So that means that you need to train your people to resist human intelligence. Basic things are that any technical questions should be done with Gmail or some other email account. Do not use real names when finding information, do not answer detailed questions, etc. So this applies for everybody in your company. They should have training how to resist human intelligence when somebody is trying to ask probing questions and trying to figure out exactly your network. And of course, other basics is that you need to have own DNS servers for public and internal network, and of course neither of those DNS servers should work as an open resolver. That's kind of obvious, but this is a failure that affects more than 50% of organizations. But then again, how dangerous it is that somebody could make queries on your public domain server? What could an attacker do just by making DNS queries? He can figure out what software you are using. The reason for that is that let's say that he wants to figure out what antivirus your company is using. He will make a query to your DNS server about the update server used by particular antivirus software. If getting an answer takes time, so then the attacker knows that that domain name was not in the cache of the domain name server, which means that none of the other computers have been asking that recently. If the answer was very quick, then he knows that that was in cache, okay, that guy is using that particular product. And this applies for everything because almost everything nowadays has some kind of an update telemetry or some other server. Just by being able to make a domain name queries, the attacker can map what kind of software you are using and from what vendors. He doesn't know the versions, but he knows the vendors. This is one very annoying keyboard. Sorry. And of course then leaving fake traces on open source intelligence forums etc. about the software you're using is also a good idea. The more difficult you make for the attacker to figure out what software you're using and what kind of and what versions, the more the attacker has to spend time. And even as the attackers are resourced, they do have bosses, they do have budgets, and they pretty much always go for the easy targets. Be difficult to figure out, and you might be able to cross the 10-hour border. That's the time attacker typically spends on figuring out the target. If they cannot find something in 10 hours, it basically means that they are going to move for easier targets unless they have been specifically instructed to target you. which is not mostly the case. They are telling that I want information from energy industry. It's not like that it would be a certain specific company. Sometimes yes, but mostly not. So, second thing in addition of hampering recon that you can do is to use a proper endpoint protection. And this is basically the most single effective action you can do. Because the job of a good endpoint protection is to prevent the infection in the first place. Finding malware is very nice, but antivirus engine updates usually take from 1 to 5 days to discover new malware binary, sometimes even longer. So that's not very useful. What you need to do is to find a product that focuses on prevention. The boxes I'm having there are the names that our product uses. Disregard that, except that look for the kind of technologies you want to make sure that whatever vendor you are choosing is capable of providing. So infection prevention is the key. That's the reason why we have been doing so well in the A/B test. We don't operate like a traditional antivirus company. We focus on preventing the system from being infected in the first place, rather than trying to find the signs of infections when the system has been taken over. So how does that work? The most important and the most effective, at least in our arsenal, and I would say that probably other vendors' arsenals too, is contact prevention. Prevent contact and there can be no attack. Obvious things are firewalling services that are opened by accident. Well, that's kind of obvious, but still hits many people in the groin. Second thing is that you want to filter out known malicious domains. AV updates can take up to days. URL updates, especially from vendors who have a good exploit kit identification, can be done in minutes, and that's a huge difference on the window of vulnerability. So it means that the first user will bite the bullet, at least on the network level, but the second one won't. And it's not usually that the attacks are totally unique. Then of course, even more effective way is the content type control, by which you limit the attack surface in the net. That basically means that watering hole that is blocked, where your user cannot go, is no use for the attacker. And most commonly used web attack points are all kinds of forums, cafeterias, etc., small sites, which are favored by certain population either to geographical location or something else. For example, figuring out that, okay, from that company's employees, probably quite a lot of people go to that particular school. Let's hack the school website. So when you limit the kind of places that you can use with business computers and telling them use their phones or something else for private browsing, you already limit the attack surface really significantly. And of course, when we are talking about signature-based detections, they are not completely useless. Exploit signatures are far more useful than antivirus signatures. Permutating malware, so Windows 32 binary script or something else, is ridiculously easy. Anybody can do that. Permutating an exploit is difficult and sometimes not possible, especially when the exploit detection is written smartly. So that already means that there are places where signature scanning is useful, but that is not in the scanning of binaries. And of course, other and even more effective method to protect against the attacker from having a contact is the fact that exploits do tend to come from throwaway domains. There's only a certain amount of vulnerable websites that the attacker is able to find, and those are the crown jewels for the attacker. Attacker very rarely places the exploit on the compromised website. He has a redirection, and typically redirection from redirection into throwaway attack site. Because that way it will take longer time for defenders to figure out that, oh, it's that page that has been compromised, and then you do an abuse report to take it down or just filter it. So that means that when you start looking at the type of contents you allow from different types of websites, for example, okay, we don't know anything about this website. Let's kill Java, let's kill Flash, let's kill Silverlight, no PDFs, no EXEs. That's about 90% of attack surface. There's still HTML5 exploits and other HTML exploits, which are difficult to filter, but still, that is cutting the vulnerable attack surface significantly. And that actually does make sense for other things, but basically that's more than enough of advertising of products. So what you need to do by yourself is to do heavy filtering on email. Allow attachments only from known senders. Use DNSSEC to verify the senders so that nobody is simply forging the headers. Strip allowed attachments, no exe, no JavaScript. Configure your web browsers in your organization to remove first of all, use HTTPS everywhere so that every site that supports HTTPS will use it. In addition of that, remove the CAs that you don't need for business use. If you don't do business in China, don't use CC and IC. Don't use Turk Trust. Don't use, and there's probably something like 30 dodgy certification authorities you shouldn't use. They are dodgy because in those countries the police can demand the certification authority. Now we want a certificate for Google, and oh by the way, you are under gag order. You cannot ever talk about that. And that's happening a lot. So always verify that you don't trust CAs who are not supposed to issue certificates that you need. And also using a VPN will make an update tampering and other kind of traffic injection attacks impossible. So also do regular DNS health checks. Make sure that nobody has compromised your DNS, and do check that the DNS server is giving correct answers. That's probably the easiest way of compromising an organization. DNS server is just running there. Nobody pays attention to that. If attacker can compromise that, they can redirect the traffic whichever way they want. So do have a DNS health check running all the time that the bloody thing is giving right answers, at least for your business critical locations. And then of course using a USB device control and training people not to plug in every free mouse they happen to receive from security conference is also highly advised. I'm going to actually investigate all the USB devices I got today, just out of curiosity. Other things that then security software can do for you is prevention or detection of exploiting. First, and the most effective way of protecting exploits is really boring. It's using updates and using some kind of software that also updates all the software that your users have installed on the system. It's really boring, yeah, but 99.9% of exploited vulnerabilities seen by Verizon, so really big ISP, were of CVE that was more than 1 year old. 99.9% of attacks happen using exploits for which the patch has been available for a year. That's why actively scanning vulnerabilities is far more important than actively scanning for malware. Do make sure that everything that has been installed, be it IT or be it user, is always maintained up to date. And then in addition of that, good security software provides behavior detection, which then spots unusual activities done by exploited application. So in here, behavioral monitoring of unknown binaries is difficult because the attackers do know how to disable behavioral monitoring. So you need products that focus on behavioral monitoring of the clean applications that are exploited in the first place, and be able to figure out that, okay, now that application is misbehaving, we kill that. And then the attacker cannot proceed because behavior of clean application is deterministic. So a product that is able to model the behavior of clean application and notice when it's out of line is going to be very effective. We have been about 50% effective against unknown zero-day exploits. So when we have heard of zero-day, we have tested that against our system, 50-50. It's pretty good. It's better than the typical 100% of zero days getting through. Some days it has been over 80, but I don't like to make empty promises. 50-50 is something we can pretty good stick on. But anyway, other thing you can do is the disabling vulnerable attack surface. So basically from all the software that handle code that could be coming from outside, disable all the features that your users don't need. How often have your users needed Flash videos in PDF file? How often have they needed JavaScript in PDF file? If you kill JavaScript in a PDF file, you kill more than 80% of all PDF exploits I have analyzed so far. Limiting the capabilities of the software for things that your users actually need is extremely efficient on cutting down the attack surface. With minimal modifications, you can remove more than 80% of the total export volume available for the attacker. And that includes also 0 days. It's always the same pieces of code that contain the shit that has been attacked for some reason. And then, additionally, you can harden process memory handling. So basically, all applications that handle external content, what you want to do is that you use the memory hardening provided by operating system vendor or some other player like Microsoft Emmet or then Linux GR Security, and then apply that for all software that handles external connections. On 2013, I took and tested the 1,000 real-life corporate espionage document attacks, so real attacks targeting real users. And at least at that point, using Microsoft Emmet killed all of them. I haven't repeated that research, so I cannot promise what's the situation in 2016, but so far we have seen security conferences where somebody is breaking Emmet, but we haven't seen used in real-life attacks yet. And of course, there are plenty of books like Antivirus Hacker's Handbook, which basically tells you how to defeat antivirus scanners. Yeah, we know that. So that's why we focus our resources on the things that attacker needs to do in order to defeat antivirus scanning and other antivirus mechanisms. For example, the fact that you bypass scanner means that you have to produce unique binary. Then we can use our security cloud to see that this binary is unique. And then depending on the configuration, either we don't let it run at all, or we put it extra strict monitoring. If it does anything out of the line, that's it. So basically, attacks are evolving, so you need the defense that is capable of evolving too. And we realized that back in 2008. So we have been enjoying, but now as there are other players finally having the same kind of technologies, we are free to speak it openly. And then other nice basic tricks you can do is with file access permissions. Probably about 50 to 70% of malware create themselves into certain locations. And that's the reason for that is that there's only so many places in your Windows 7, 8, 10 where attacker can write and execute. And that our normal user can write and execute. An attacker has to be used that at least for the first stage payload. But many of those places where the attacker wants to write are the ones where user is not watching. So that's why what you want to do is to deny creation and execution of files in these locations. And that's basically these routes. If you prevent file creation in these locations, you will not inconvenience user at all, because no user ever creates an exe to root of program data, or in the root of program files, or even in root of app data. But then again, malware does that very frequently, especially when they need a safe place to drop from an exploit. They don't have a long time when the Acrobat crashes, and if it's frozen in the screen, they have to operate in milliseconds. Otherwise, user will start figuring out that there's something really funny going on, and because of that, they will then be able to, attack the system. They will be able to have to move on. And the same thing also applies that there are some places where you have to allow file creation, and because of that, you can still block execution. Why on earth somebody would execute an exe from recycle bin? This doesn't kill all, and this doesn't kill APT, but it does kill a lot of common criminals. And my last and favorite trick is to pretend to be malware analyst. A lot of malware, if they see system administrator or analysis environment, will be totally silent. They try to avoid sandboxing and system administrator from detecting that way. run sysinternals process explorer, and you kill more than 80% of modern malware. So, use that. However, be aware that some malware do retaliate, but I prefer formatted C drive in the over-infected system every day, but I do have backups. And that basically means that you create these kind of traces on the system. These have been taken from real malware, and these are the things real malware looks in order to spot is there system administrator in here or is there malware analyst in here. Install these traces on all of your systems. And thanks to that, the attacker doesn't know is he on a real system or is he on a system admins or malware analyst sandbox. And then of course it's a really good idea to use firewalls to hamper lateral movement so that the network is supposed to be really strict also on inside. You are not supposed to have every port open. The more strict the network is, the more difficult it is for enemy to move around. So, in conclusion, malware has evolved. Methods based on old-fashioned scanning are almost useless, except against common malware and last line of defense. Modern protection focuses on preventing infection. Malware is easy to permutate, but exploit vectors, they are finite set. Use your constriction there, and the enemy will have trouble. And if protection fails, anomaly detection is the tool to go, not scanning. Scanning is nice when you know that there's something to search for, but antivirus products do that automatically for you. Use your brains and your resources to figure out what kind of anomalies the enemy makes. How can I spot those anomalies? And use that to find your enemy. So, anyway, I thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you to Jarno Nimela. So my takeaway here is that we have to fight on all fronts, and then we have some chance of surviving, because you really did cover a lot here. I have to inform you that for the people looking at this online, there is an option of asking questions through Twitter. You use hashtag DSS ITSEC2015. But maybe we have one quick question here in the audience. I do have one, if I may. So you didn't emphasize that, but on a couple of slides you mentioned JavaScript, and it's a favorite topic for me personally. So you actually suggest there are some scenarios where blocking JavaScript entirely in the web browser would be helpful?
No. Blocking JavaScript on your PDF reader and everywhere else is helpful. So block JavaScript where it's not being used. And also using a known script and domain reputation so that you allow JavaScript only for known trusted sites is a good idea. But unfortunately that breaks a lot of the web. But then again, Flash, who needs that, really, on anything else than a couple of video player sites?
Okay, let's thank again and welcome our next speaker. Thank you so much. And here is a gift from DSS for being able to make it, and thank you for a great presentation.
Black balsam, nice.
Oh, yes. Our next speaker today will be Stefan Tanase, who's a senior security researcher at Kaspersky Lab. Hello, Stefan. So here's your mic. Okay, let's welcome Stefan again with a huge round of applause here.
So, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first part of the day. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Stefan. I work for Kaspersky. And today we're going to talk about one specific APT. It's our latest release. We released this news about this APT actually last month. And I was one of the persons involved in this research. So if you have any questions or anything like that, I can take you through the whole thing. But before we start, I'm a little bit of a narcissistic person, so I'd like to talk a little bit about myself, so you know, so we get to know each other better. What we do in the Global Research and Analysis team is essentially we're a bunch of guys sitting all day in front of our computers. It looks boring, but it actually isn't boring, because how it feels like when you're fighting the most sophisticated threats out there, it feels like being in a corrida ring, fighting with a bull. And that's actually a picture of myself from Malaga a few years ago. It wasn't a real bull, it was a baby bull. But when you see him looking into your eyes, you get a little bit scared. So I joined Kaspersky Lab in 2007, 8 years ago. I'm based in Bucharest, Romania. I come from Romania. I used to do a lot of web security, but right now I'm mostly concentrating on advanced attacks, on APTs. I was involved, and I'm still involved in all sorts of technical projects. So I'm not a salesperson, I'm not a marketing person, I'm an actual researcher. And when I don't do research, I come to conferences like this one and try to present our research. Sorry. So, about the team that I'm part of, the Global Research and Analysis team. This is Kaspersky Lab's elite threat research group. We're a little bit more than 40 people spread out all over the world. We're not the ones who are taking care of the day-to-day business of fighting malware, but we are the ones who get called when the most sophisticated and advanced incidents appear. And actually, if you think about it, when was the first really big cyber espionage or cyber sabotage incident that you can remember? What year? Maybe 2010? Does anybody know what happened in 2010? 2010 was the year when Stuxnet was discovered, right? So Stuxnet was the first nation-state sponsored attack that was made public. And actually, think about it, the Global Research and Analysis team was already in place since 2008. So we were already prepared 2 years in advance to fight these cyber espionage and cyber sabotage campaigns. We actually have a domain there. Securelist.com is our research website, and if you go to apt.securelist.com, you can find all of the APTs that we've discovered throughout the years. You can see that in 2011, 2012, it was just like a couple of them every year. But in the last years, this thing has blew up. Like, we're discovering more and more APTs not every day, but every week, every month. And it's pretty crazy out there. Like, in my opinion, all countries, if they're not already doing cyber espionage and cyber sabotage, I'm sure they're thinking of how they can start doing it. So the topic for today's presentation, which is Tula, also known as Snake or Ouroboros. How many of you have heard of it? Quite a few hands. Tula is a highly sophisticated Russian-speaking cyber espionage group. They've been active for more than 10 years now, so since at least 2005. And the reason why we're saying that it is a very sophisticated espionage tool is that it has all sorts of technologies. It's a multi-platform malware. It can infect all types of operating systems. They have rootkits under their sleeves. And they have all sorts of very interesting technologies, including technologies that can bypass air gaps. Throughout the years, the Tula attackers have infected hundreds of computers in more than 45 countries. And what they usually target is governmental institutions, things like embassies or military objectives, but also educational and research centers and private companies, mostly pharmaceutical. Why do we call it a Russian-speaking cyber espionage group? Is because we are sure that the guys behind it speak the Russian language. Like, for example, one of the modules that they use, one of the DLLs that you can find inside the malware is called zagruzchik.dll. Now, I'm not a Russian speaker, but maybe some of you here are. And as far as I know, zagruzchik is a word that's used for a loader or bootloader. And also, if you look at the English that these guys are using, you can see that English is not their main language. They make mistakes like password, it's wrong, things like this. And also the code page that they use is 1251, which is the code page for the Russian language. So this is why we know for sure that the developers are Russian speaking. The infection vector for Tula, before 2014, nobody knew exactly how Tula gets onto the victims' computers. Samples of Tula were found in different organizations around the world by different independent or commercial researchers. But until last year, when Kaspersky published the EPIC Tula report, nobody knew exactly how they choose the victims and how they manage to target the victims. And the way they do it is by launching these watering hole attacks, which essentially means that they infect websites that are interesting for those specific users. You can find here a screenshot of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Palestine. This is a small city council of a town in Spain. Also, like this example is from Romania. It's a governmental website that is meant to promote the rural entrepreneurship in the border area. So mostly the borders with Ukraine and Hungary. And they usually infect these websites with a small JavaScript that looks benign, and they would only deliver the exploit if you load that JavaScript from a governmental IP address. This is why it's very hard to download these exploits and to analyze them, because, for example, I don't have access to a governmental IP address. So if I load this script, nothing will happen. They will not serve me any exploit. But if somebody from a governmental institution does the same thing, they will get infected by the first stage of this attack, because this attack is a multi-stage attack. These are a few screenshots of the commands that are being sent to the victims. So this is how they do, all of the operation that they do is manual. So they have operators somewhere sitting in front of a computer and manually going through the victims' machines, trying to, brute force network passwords to do lateral movement inside the victims' organizations. Or for example, here they're actually, trying to steal all of the PDFs from this unlucky guy's email. We try to work with governments in countries in which they have Tula problems. So this is an example that of the work that I did with the government in Romania. We worked very close together with the Romanian CERT. We tried to clean up all the watering hole websites. There were 17 websites which were waterholed last year by the Tula group. We tried to identify and to notify the victims. There were 4 large victims in Romania, 2 ministries and 2 other governmental institutions. And we tried to, shut down the command and control servers by cooperating with the local certs everywhere we have a relationship with them. But the topic of today is actually, I think, the most interesting part of the Tula operation, and the part that was unknown until last month on 6th of September when we published our report. What is satellite Tula? Satellite Tula is essentially an exquisite method that is used by the Tula group in order to hide the physical location of their command and control infrastructure, of their command and control servers. As you probably know, the command and control server is the most important part of any malicious operation, whether we're talking about cybercrime, whether we're talking about cyber espionage. Why I'm saying is the most important part is because the command and control server is the central point that connects the victims with the attackers, right? Because the victims need to send data to the attackers, and the attackers need to send commands and updates to the victims. So security researchers like myself or law enforcement organizations around the world, we together try to identify these command and control servers and shut them down in order to disrupt these malicious operations. And this is quite easy to use if the command and control server is hosted at an ISP, at a hosting provider. You can just call that hosting provider, tell them the IP address, and of course, no hosting provider wants to have malicious activity on their networks. So what the satellite Tula technique enables these attackers to do is to achieve an ultimate level of anonymity by exploiting known vulnerabilities in the way that satellite communications work. I know it sounds a little bit complicated, but I'm going to press the wrong button. I'm going to try to explain it as in the best way that I can. In order to understand how they exploit one-way satellite communications, we first have to understand how one-way satellite communications work. one-way satellite communications is a 20 years old technology. Like I know people who are using this in the 90s. It's a technology meant for accelerating downloads for users that are based in areas in which high-speed internet connections are not available. Has anyone here used one-way satellite internet, like in the 90s? Or there's two hands there. Yeah. So essentially, the downstream comes from the satellite with a pretty high bandwidth, while the upstream goes through a classic landline, like a dial-up internet connection or a GPRS modem. So the way this satellite internet hijacking works is that all of the traffic coming down from the satellite, it's not encrypted. So anyone that has a satellite dish pointed to the sky can see all of the packets that are being sent down to Earth, that are being beamed down to Earth. So what the Tula people are doing is essentially they put a satellite antenna and point it to a certain satellite, and that's when they can see all of the IP addresses that are online in that specific region of the world. Then they choose one of these IP addresses, and they configure their malware to exfiltrate data towards that IP address. So the data would go to the satellite will beam it back to Earth, and then the regular user of the satellite internet connection, the one that is abused, will drop the packets, while the Tula guys will receive the packets. Actually, that's a picture that I drew myself. I'm not very good at drawing, but I have some colleagues who are very good with design. They're very good with like drawing things. And we can explain it like very easily. That's where you have the infected machine. This is the legitimate satellite internet user. We put like a construction hat on top of him because he can be like a worker in a mine or a worker in an oil field somewhere in Africa or somewhere in the Middle East. And these are our malicious attackers. So what happens is this guy gets online, the malware will send the data to the satellite. Then the satellite is beaming the data back to Earth. Now, the data that gets to this guy will just get dropped because all of his ports are closed, right? If I try to make a connection and all of your ports are closed, your router will just drop those packets. But on the other hand, at the same time, the Tula attackers, they receive the same data, they receive the same TCP SYN requests, and they expect it. So they will not drop the packet. And by spoofing the IP address, they will send a NAC command back to the malware, thus enabling them to create a full TCP IP circuit, which is parallel to the normal internet connection. So this is how they manage to abuse legitimate satellite internet connections in order to achieve anonymity. Yes, question.
Why are the packets are dropped at the client's premise?
This is like when you are not expecting a connection, your router will just drop the packets, right?
It's statefulness.
Sorry?
It's statefulness. I mean,
In theory, it should send an RST packet to say that the port is closed, but for very slow internet connection, the recommendations are that actually you should drop the packet because you don't want to lose bandwidth just to send the response back that the port is closed. So the hardware that they need to do this is not very expensive. They just need a satellite dish put on top of a house or on top of an embassy, who knows. The size of it, of course, depends on the geographical position and the satellite power. They need an LNB, they need a satellite router, a DVB-S PCI card or an USB modem, and of course a computer, preferably running Linux, but it can run Windows as well. This doesn't cost much. It costs like less than $1,000 to set it up. But what this means is that they have some sort of logistical support in the real world, because I'm going to show you most of the satellites that they use, they actually point to interesting areas over the Earth. This is actually how a beam of such a satellite looks like. So you can see it's pretty big. It's pretty big. So essentially, the command and control server can be located anywhere within that range. So how can you shut down? How can you seize a server which you cannot locate in the real world? This area can exceed thousands of kilometers. Since when they are abusing these connections? Well, the earliest sample that we managed to find was a Tula sample from 2007. The sample was compiled and discovered in 2007. And the sample has two hard-coded IP addresses. The first one is an IP address based in China at some ISP. And the second one is an IP address that belongs to a German satellite internet provider. So this is why we're saying that they've been abusing satellite internet connections since at least 8 years ago, because we found a sample that was doing this in in 2007. They're targeting lots of satellite providers, like dozens of them, but what we noticed through our research while we were monitoring this is that they tend to abuse ranges that are assigned to satellite internet providers based in the Middle East or African regions. So countries like Congo, Libya, Lebanon, Nigeria, Somalia, or the Arab Emirates. The reason why they do this is that we believe they are trying to avoid security researchers like myself. Like, how many companies do you know that have security researchers based in Africa, based in Congo? There's mostly nobody working from there. Mostly everybody works from Europe, North America, APAC, and stuff like that. When we released this report, we've also updated the map of the Tula detections that we have. So these are the targets that we see this group is trying to infect. The top two countries are Kazakhstan and Russia with a high infection rate. Then we have with medium infection rate China, Vietnam, and the United States. And then with low infection rate, we have lots of European countries, Latvia here included as well. A couple of conclusions. This APT, the Tula APT, along with at least 3 other APT groups that we are aware of, are currently using this command and control hiding techniques. We notice that they use IP addresses that are assigned to satellite internet providers. What makes the Tula group's usage of this technique the most interesting one is that they seem to abuse lots and lots of IP addresses belonging to satellite internet providers. So while with the hacking team or the Rocket Kitten, these are 2 of the others APT groups, they maybe use 1 or 2 or 3. The Tula group apparently has access to like tens, hundreds of IP addresses belonging to satellite internet providers. And this is why we believe that they're not purchasing these satellite links. They don't have people going out there and buying these satellite links, but they're actually abusing satellite links belonging to normal individuals. Why is this important? This is very important because it definitely makes command and control investigations, both for ourselves and both for law enforcement agencies, much harder in the future. As I told you, you cannot just shut down something which you don't know where it is located in the world. At the same time, some people asked us if there's a possibility that cyber criminals will start using this technique in the future. And of course, this is very likely because it's a very good method to make your command and control server bulletproof. But the thing is, it is not very scalable. These one-way satellite internet links are a pretty old technology. So the bandwidth they have, while it is a larger bandwidth than, let's say, dial-up or GPRS, is still around 1 megabit per second. So for, let's say, providing command and control services to a huge botnet of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of computers, it's not really scalable. And actually, not even the Tula group uses this all the time. They only use this satellite exfiltration technique for their most high-profile and most important victims, for those attacks in which they really want to have anonymity. And also the reason why it's not scalable is that they depend on that innocent person's satellite internet connection to be online. So if that construction worker working somewhere in Congo on a precious metals mine, when he disconnects his satellite modem, then that IP address goes offline. So they cannot control that. So they can only use it for a certain time frame in which that specific person has their internet connection in the future. And the thing that I want you to remember here is that this is an exquisite method that the Tula group uses in order to achieve the ultimate level of anonymity. We haven't seen this method used like this with any other APT group before, and this is why we think this is very important. On this slide, you have a couple of references on our securelist.com website, a place where you can read more about our research. You can just go to securelist.com and search for Tula, and you'll be able to find details about the Epic Tula operation, the part of it that was doing watering hole infections. Penguin Tula, the part of the Tula operation that is designed to infect Linux-based computers. And Agent BTZ, which we think is the precursor of Tula, because we've seen these operations related. And actually, Agent BTZ goes back into the past more than 10 years. So, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. Paldies par uzmanību. And if you have any questions, this is why we're here for.
Thank you. Okay, it was really interesting to me. I hope to you too, and I already see a couple of hands, and I think we're going to have many questions here. So please use the microphone so that people online can hear us.
You mentioned that if this construction worker goes offline and disconnects his modem, then the command and control connection is getting lost, right? But as far as I understood, it doesn't make a difference if the packet is actually delivered or not delivered to this construction worker, right? So it's still beamed down to earth. So how come this influences the connection to the command and control server?
It's actually a very good question, and I'm glad you asked it. The thing is, when the construction worker takes his connection offline, then the satellite ISP, he knows about that, and he will disable the traffic going to that IP address. This is why the command, because they reuse IP addresses. Those IP addresses are not static, they are dynamically allocated. So when a customer goes offline, the IP address also goes offline, and it might be reallocated to somebody else. Actually, when the data travels from the malware to the satellite, it actually goes through the normal internet cables to some teleport point somewhere on Earth. That's where the ISP has their infrastructure. It gets teleported to the satellite, and then the satellite beams it back to Earth. So the ISP must know which IPs are online at any given moment.
But you mentioned also that the IP addresses of those construction workers are hard-coded into the code, right?
Those IP addresses were hard-coded in that 2007 sample. The way they do it nowadays is inside the sample is configured, not necessarily hard-coded. It might have a configuration file. They use dynamic DNS services. So they essentially include a host name, and they can change the IP address on that host name. So the malware sample is configured with the host name, and they control what IP address that host name resolves to. Sorry, I didn't get into too many details because we didn't have enough time, but ask me anything, and thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next question. And remember, you can also ask questions online on Twitter.
Sorry I came late. This is such an interesting conference. There's so many interesting things to do and hear about. But I just saw the last reference, agent.btz. That's associated with military. His allies in Iraq, Afghanistan 10 years ago. This is one of those, I think. Now, was that designed because militaries need satellites to do their operations? So is that agent.btz is like the grandfather of the satellite attack vector?
We could say that agent BTZ is like the grandfather of the Tula operation, because we managed to find a lot of similarities. We actually have a blog post on Securelist where you can see all of the similarities that we managed to find between agent BTZ and Tula. And the satellite Tula is just a technique that the Tula guys are using in order to achieve the ultimate level of anonymity. So it's not necessarily targeting satellite users. It's not targeting satellites at all. It's just exploiting known vulnerabilities in the way this one-way satellite internet technology works. And unfortunately, these vulnerabilities are not getting closed. We have to wait for those satellites to reach end of life. The newer ones, like the two-way satellite internet connections, they don't have this vulnerability. You cannot just hijack somebody's internet connection. But essentially, the way one-way satellite works is just like unencrypted Wi-Fi. If you go to a Starbucks coffee shop and you open up your laptop, in theory, you can sniff everybody's internet connection. And this is what they're doing, but on a much bigger scale with satellite dishes. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Until you think of a question, we still do have some time, so I'll use that to ask a question myself. So apparently this attacker at Command and Control Center is using an existing internet connection with spoofed IP address. So it must be that with certain technology, it's possible to locate where the packet is coming from when the IP address is spoofed. Mm-hmm. Is that used to detect them?
In theory, you can locate, but so we don't really know which ISPs they use in order to send those spoofed ACK requests. But what we assume is that they don't do that from this location. They don't do it from the location where they have the satellite dish, but they do it from some sort of server rented, some VPS that they rented somewhere in the world. Because the Tula group, being a versatile cyber espionage operation, they use hacked servers for command and control. They use servers that they paid for by anonymous payment methods like bitcoins or prepaid debit cards. So they could use such a server in order to send those requests back. So the location of the satellite dish remains undiscoverable, untraceable.
Thanks. Is there any last question that you'd like to ask? If not, let's thank Stefan again for this really interesting presentation here.
Thank you so much.
And from Data Security Solutions, here's of course a small Latvian gift to you for your work here. Thank you. Our next presentation today is Mārtiņš Saulītis, who is a security and privacy consultant at Global Cybersecurity Intelligence and Response Team on IBM. Welcome. And he'll be talking to us about his presentation. Actually has a really open-ended title, for me at least, a dark side of doing nothing. So I'm really looking forward to finding out what that means. You may set this up.
Hello, and welcome. So my presentation, as Kirill already said, is dark side of doing something, or in this case, IT later. First question you no doubt have is, how does this work? No. Yes. Good. So who am I and who we are? I work as a part of international team of security experts who cover European Union and other countries within EMEA region. I would say that we have years of experience doing this. My teammates have upwards of, for example, 20 years of doing malware reverse engineering. So they know a lot, they have a lot of experience, and they can help you a lot in case you need that. All of us have some kind of background from law enforcement, from military, from academics, and we also are certified in various areas which we feel are very important for our customers. Now let's go over what we will be actually talking about. Very simply put, if you lack in security measures, you will arrive at some kind of loss. As usually today, that is with terms and conditions. In this particular case, it could be loss of profit, loss of trust from your customers, loss in market share, loss of valuable data you have. So you could put anything there, but I will speak about some of those losses that we have seen our clients arrive to. And my agenda today will be different ways how you can arrive at such a loss. We will talk about it, and then you will have some opportunity to ask some questions. And of course, because we are services and solutions company, we can help, and I will speak about how can we help. I think this picture very nicely sums up general theme you will feel through my presentation, that somebody inside or outside of your organization is cause of that loss. You may have best firewall, you may have best data storage protection, you may have best backup policies, but if somebody did not do something, you will lose. First, and I think most impacting story is about when you don't even know that you already have lost something. Imagine thing, you are large international defense contractor. In case you don't know, that's those guys who sell tanks, who sell missiles, who sell planes to military and to governments around the world. So one day they are contacted by FBI who tell them, guys, you have a problem. We think you are leaking data. And they don't even know about that. They've been just told by FBI. They contacted us and asked us to investigate, and we very quickly arrived to the conclusion that it is an APT attack. APT, or Advanced Persistent Threat, usually is something that is very, very targeted at specific customer. It's very tailored, and usually guys who attack you know very, very well how you work, how you are organized, what kind of protection measures you have, and usually they know even better what you don't have. These particular guys had complete control over the environment for this customer, and by complete I mean, imagine you schedule a meeting using your favorite email solution in company. You arrive at conference hall, and in this conference hall you of course have teleconference capabilities. So bad guys at this time, using their backdoor, go into your environment, turn on the cameras, turn on the microphones, and just participate. So I think that's quite scary. And reason for this was very, very simple. This particular customer, due to policies and whatnot, decided that they will have no SSL monitoring. So every piece of data that was sent over SSL encrypted connections were not monitored. And bad guys knew that, and they exploited it. You may be wondering what is the point of the docs in the picture. Usually with APTs, it's very hard to attribute attack to any particular organization or country or whatnot. But let's say that we had very strong suspicion that connections were coming from China. So it looked like China, it sounded like China, but is it China? We are not completely sure. So it looks like a duck, but it may not be a duck. Next one is from case. Imagine you listen about my previous story and you decide, okay, I will do something. So you roll out about mobile device management in your country, in your company to protect it. You have agent on all your devices are protected and you feel good. Then one morning you wake up and all your devices are wiped. They don't work anymore, they're off. Investigation yielded the fact that MDM was used to wipe those devices. And just to be sure, person who did that rolled back the MDM server to the state where it does not store any data anymore. It's like out of the factory experience. You don't have any logs on it, everything is erased, everything is back to default. In the end, it was, we have some visitors. It was discovered that it was disgruntled ex-employee of the company, and it was possible because passwords were not reset. So he used his existing access to do that. Sometimes companies try to be proactive and they try to do something to prevent this from happening. So for example, they do penetration tests on their infrastructure and on their applications. Then they go a step further and they want to test what usually is the weakest link. They want to test the employees. In that case, we do what is called social engineering test, where we try to get some data out of those employees and maybe we will succeed in some way or form. A point to note is that in this particular example, we had a customer who did regular employee education on security measures, on security policies, and how to not be socially engineered. However, we succeeded. We got email sent to Chief Financial Officer who clicked on a link, went to what looked like a banking page, entered his credentials, and we gained access to company's account, which had about 10 million pounds in it. So I would say it was a nice day in case we were the bad guys. I have no doubts that you all know what is CryptoLocker, CryptoWall, or any kind of ransomware. We had a client which was an international bank, and again, one morning, they arrived at the fact that about 500,000 of their important banking files are encrypted and are not accessible anymore. Of course, they had backups, but restoring 500,000 files takes some time, and if you are a bank and you want to do right by your customers, it impacts you in a way, and you lost some credibility. Reason why it got in is not because they did not have firewalls or antiviruses or whatnot, but because it was unknown variant at the time, and person who received it in the bank thought that, well, it looks like a legitimate Word document, let me open it. You know what follows. Your documents are gone, please pay us money, and maybe you will get them back. Maybe. I like this story a lot because it has a twist in it. Sometimes when you are a manufacturing company, you decide that you will have a separate web page for each country where you operate in. And one day, one of those pages in some language got defaced. Well, it is inconvenient in sort of ways, but it's nothing critical immediately. And it sort of makes sense. Okay, you got defaced, you fix it, that's it. You patch your WebDAV configuration, you update it, you should be okay. But there's more. In this case, we dug through the evidence we had, and it looked like somebody already had hacked them, and they had no idea about that. And imagine you have this person living in your environment for about 2 or 3 months, gathering data, planting some things in your environment, and in the end, they had complete knowledge on how your environment operates. They had complete control over your Active Directory, and they basically can do whatever they want. And that is a sad day when you have to say, thank you for defacing my web page, so I now know that I was hacked before. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thanks a lot to Martin for his presentation here. So we heard a couple of stories. As far as I understand, they're from business use, right? Real stories. Do we have any questions either in the audience or online? I remind you that the hashtag is DSS ITSEC2015. If you want to ask any question to Martin.
If you don't have questions, but you maybe have some kind of incident you may want our help with, then here are the telephone numbers you can reach us, and we will try and help you.
I do have one question, if I may, but I'm not sure if you're going to give us the answer here. So some of the cases you described were quite extreme. For example, MDM wipe that you mentioned, and everything was gone from the servers. How did you manage to do this? How did you find the guy or the girl?
We provided all our findings to the customer, and from what we found and from what kind of evidence we gave to the customer can use that to run his own investigation and get law enforcement involved and help them that way. It's a tremendous help if they already know what happened in the digital world before they go to the police and present the case to them. So we did not arrive that this particular person did it, but we gave them strong suggestion in the way how it happened.
Okay, great. So you did find something there.
Of course.
Are there, oh yeah, here we go.
Hello. So the question is, what then, when you go to the customer and say that he has been completely owned, what are the further steps? Because in a realistic scenario, I mean, there is fairly low chance how you can recover fully from that. I mean, if the attacker was there for years and years, you have to burn down everything and start from scratch.
Starting from scratch, of course, is a very good idea, and I think IBM sales guys will be very happy to help you in that case. But usually we try to go one step before burning everything down, and we try and give you quite detailed suggestions on what could you do to lower chances of that happening again. And I'm saying lower chances because you will get hacked eventually. It may not happen tomorrow, but it will happen in some time.
Okay, are there any more questions? Because we still have some time. In case you can't think of a question now, you can always find Martin later on. I hope he's going to stay for lunch at least.
Yes.
And the next event is lunch actually. So thanks again, Martin, for your great presentation.
Thank you.
And here's a small gift from DSS.
Oh, thanks.
I think you know what to do with that.
I will find out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we depart for lunch, I'd like to remind you that there's a feedback form. If you fill it out, it will be of great help to the organizers, and you will participate in a huge lottery at the eve of the event today, and you have to be present to win. Before lunch, you are of course free to look around at the vendor area. There are many vendors here presenting their solutions, and there's lunch at 1 p.m. Thank you all for coming, and we'll be back here at 2. Welcome everyone. You are in session called Malware Analysis and Hackers in Action. This is a post-lunch session, so I hope everyone is have been well fed and is going to have a great time for the remaining of the event. My name is Kirill Saloyos. I'm the moderator for this session, and our first presentation after the break here is gonna be advanced persistent trolls, which is quite an imaginative title. So I have no idea what it will have. I'm really looking forward to it, and it's gonna be given by Kārlis Podiņš, who is a threat analyst at CERT LV. Please give a warm round of applause to Kārlis here.
So, is my mic on? Yeah, I think so. Hello everybody. I'm Kārlis Podiņš from CERT LV, the national CERT of Latvia, and it's since it's the worst session of the conference right after the break, I had to be inventive with playing with keywords. So it's about advanced persistent trolls, or APTs, redefined. But let's go ahead. So. If you're chased by a grizzly bear, how to survive, how to escape him. You can't run faster than a grizzly bear, but you only have to run faster than your friend. So I think that's a good strategy for regular malware, but it doesn't work for APTs, for advanced persistent threats, because APTs, they're after you. They're not after some random person to steal money from, they're after you. So yeah, CERT LV is a national CERT of Latvia. We do everything starting from CryptoLocker up to state-sponsored attacks that we see incidents mostly in government sector. So what I'm gonna do is just quickly talk a little bit about the trolls, and most of it is like case studies of quite recent incidents we have identified in Latvian networks. So in the good old days, internet trolls were kind of like angry, depressed, whatever persons sitting in dark rooms alone and being miserable. Now they're like normal people who work in offices. Anybody knows what this building is, where it is? That's a famous troll house in Olgino in St. Petersburg. And this lovely lady is, I think, one of the former workers there, who is then like suing them for whatever purposes. So this is well known. Yeah, we don't know how it looks inside. Maybe like this. Who knows? Internet trolling. It's not really like national CERT role to do content, like to see for content, like what regular trolling would be. That's not up to us, but there is some potential that we have noticed lately, which falls into our field of expertise and our tasking. So how all this research began. So there was a quite famous event in Latvia last summer. Some Russian guys climbed over a fence of a military training facility and tried to install a Russian flag instead of, I don't know, Latvian flag or US flag or something like that. So it was fairly big news for some time. They're still being the judicial procedure is still being done, so they're still kind of like not under house arrest, but they're not allowed to leave or something like that. So it was big news, like 700 whatever you can see comments on that article in a news portal. All right, and that's this is the first page of the comments section. So like first few comments are, as you expect, like some discussion going on, and then there's like this is nothing in comparison to this, you know, like an inciting short line with a link. What's more interesting, like it's fairly quick reaction time. So some 30 minutes. You can see like first comment was 1802, and then that's like 1830. So not long time. They also use a reply functionality, as you can see, to stay on first page. That's interesting because this portal, news portal, has implemented something like that you can reply to a comment, and then it's not like all in chronological order, but in some logical, and so you can manage to be on the first page, which is important. There are many other interesting things we noticed, like the hot topic. This sector apparently has done like some 3,000 comments over like 1.5 years or so, or 2 years, and like 50% of them with links, which is kind of strange. Like it's all about Russian, Ukraine, and pro-Russian viewpoint, and it's like 9 linked comments, like comments with links per active day, and like many other strange things. So then we noticed some other comments. It's not that like we just read comments all day long. It's I'll come to that later. So there's another comment on whatever random article with text which seems kind of like copy pasted out of somewhere with like more information in the URL. Again, like a few comments in a few minute intervals. Consistently using this phrase podrobnее, which is like in detail or more information or something like that. It's funny that the same actor has done 2 comments with exactly the same content and the same link 8 months apart. So if you, it's rather difficult to create the same text twice 8 months in apart if you're not copy pasting it or if you're not a bot. Yeah, so and then another curious thing I thought was kind of like Google Translate or just bad translate. Like there is from Russian to Latvian, like I think in Russian it's something like hangover or so, but the translation to Latvian, it was either Google Translate, but Google Translate, like I checked yesterday, and it translates it properly, so I don't know what was that, but I'll let it be. Some links again. So the links, VPK News, RU, yeah, well, some whatever военно промышленный Courier News, not really popular, like number 8,000 in Russia in Alexa ratings, so kind of like a small site, but well, seems to be legit. Yeah, so we saw it. What's happening there? Quick look. Google Analytics, right? It says Google Analytics on top. There's even some. Does it have a pointer here? Yeah. So there's even some Google whatever crap. And then like this Google part is replaced by something that looks fishy, right? So you build up some URL in a dynamic manner, so it all ends up to this. Redirect, or like there's a JavaScript in that URL. And what we know, it's like that's either a compromised site, likely to be a compromised site. And we have seen like several other similar sites, like 10 plus embassies and like 100 domains in total. And what that script does, it's basically a reference to what Stefan did in his presentation at the same Tula campaign. So it does some first stage fingerprinting or profiling of your box. So they get the cart ID is a campaign ID, then shockwave information, like shockwave version, flash version, Adobe Reader, Office, Java, and then some unique ID. So they fingerprint your box, So and then overall it looks like this, the general picture. We don't have well, it's my graphic and we don't have, so I am not so skilled in graphics as Kaspersky people, so sorry for that. But I think you can get the overall picture, like that there are the comments in legitimate news site, or maybe some spear phishing campaigns or whatever. So then there's a URL you click, you go to a watering hole site, which then this fake Google Analytics fetches some JavaScript profiling scripts from a compromised site. Then if you're interesting target and exploitable target, you get exploited. You get like a whipbot dropper, which does advanced profiling, and if you're a high value target, then you get the real Tula and go to the real command and control, probably through satellite links. So so basically there are two investigation paths we took. So we wanted to search for malicious comments, like we wanted to know how popular is that, and we also wanted to scan Latvian internet for compromised sites, so for watering holes. Yeah, so strategic web compromises, which is I think it's a better name for the watering holes, because the watering holes are kind of I don't know, doesn't explain as well as this SWC, sorry. So we scanned like 780,000 Latvian sites. We found several hits in government and municipal sites, so consistent to what was shown in the previous presentations by Kaspersky people. So how they got in those sites? They were all vulnerable WordPress sites with WSO web shell installed and filesman backdoor, and the command and control was done through the satellite infrastructure as previously described. So yeah, you can read for more information down there. Then the other Tula activity we saw in our work. At the start of EU presidency, there was fairly high activity for Tula malware or Tula campaign, and later it was like sporadic, up and down at some institutions we monitor. And then like this is the timeline of our sensors, and the $1 million question is like what are sysadmins doing at the peak activity when like the Tula is highest? It's like 23rd of June, so probably everybody's drinking beer. So since it's a Latvian national holiday, or how to call it's like Christmas and Independence Day combined or something like that. So so pretty much everybody is out of office, and like it's consistent with other attacks, like you want to go in when the attention is the lowest, so that's the best time of year to do it. Well, it's like my speculation, we don't know for sure. Of course, also the peak is not that high as other local maximums. And then correlation and causation. This is a very interesting case in my opinion. So on 6th of August, late 6th of August, the CEO of Latvian National Railway was arrested. So that was the biggest news of the day, and probably of half year or something. That doesn't happen so often, unlike corruption charges with €500,000 in cash in his car. You know, like a fairly interesting event. and then on 12th of August, we suddenly see Tula activity in transport sector. Like we have never seen Tula actor interested in transportation, and then like there, whoa, the signatures or the alarms for Tula activity goes up. So, well, whether it's a coincidence, we don't know. Doesn't seem so. Very unlikely. And so it's in my opinion a good example how you can see that you know those actors are you know, they get some requests for information and then they go after the information they are requested to have. So, you know, there is no way you can run away from them, you know, by just saying that, okay, attack that guy instead. So summary, activity in Latvia, currently we think it's low. Also what Kaspersky said, that we were like not very prolific in their data they have. So both malicious or malware comments or comments linking to malware sites and those strategic web compromises, they were not as many as we feared there would be. And what is more interesting, the mixing of techniques. So if it's true that those comments were intentionally put there to spread malware, then this would be something new for Tula actor, because it has mostly been using watering holes or strategic web compromises, if you wish, or some other techniques, but those were not the guys who would try to mass infect. Of course, this is also not a mass infection because they fingerprint you, and only if you come from interesting networks and have some proper configuration of your box, then you get the infection. So, but still, it's something new, or at least not publicly known so far, in my opinion. So, sorry. Most of what I told you here, it's what all of us could do fairly easily. Like it's not advanced in the sense that compromising a vulnerable WordPress site, you know, it's point and click. But of course, it doesn't mean that all of it is not advanced. So that group, I think, has used 40 days in 2015 alone. So, and the year is not over yet. So it's a very capable threat actor, but for things which they don't need to use elite hacks, they don't use elite hacks. They go with a thing which is the most easy and most cost-effective solution. So it's persistence that pays off. So they have their targets and where they want to get in, and they are, you know, trying and trying and trying again. And the trolling technique is probably just a new twist in the same old game. So what else? What we think is happening is okay. So it's a fairly large attacker, like industrial scale. It's not like a single guy who is doing many things. There are like I don't know, departments or whatever who is like infrastructure and malware development and so things are distributed and so it's much more efficient. It's modular and it's also persistent. So we don't expect this activity to cease because you know, probably the request for information is still there. So I don't know when the next big fish is being caught in with bribes or whatever, we'll see some spike activities again, and in the other time, this background activity will go on. So like the web, the water holding sites, okay, we close some, and they will go and make new watering holes, or break the fixed one again with some new exploits. Like if those sites were clearly vulnerable, then after some time, okay, even if we fix them now, then they will lag behind in the patching cycle, and then they will be vulnerable again. Thank you for your attention. I thought my presentation will be somehow longer. I think I don't know, Kirill, did you erase some slides from my talk? So there's probably more time for questions and answers that I'm happy to take.
Okay, let's start with a warm round of applause for our speaker, Carlis. So we just heard the presentation. What I heard was that there's a threat actor that's using mainly simplistic attack vectors to combine them up in a huge and advanced long time attack. So APT indeed. Please, let's go.
Question about the language. Everything is in Latvian language. Can you comment? Is it native Latvian, or is it using a translation service? Does it sound like it's a native of Latvia, or is it someone playing a game?
Yeah. Okay. So like we saw a good mix of Latvian and Russian. Since Latvian society is like separated, or I don't know, you can separate it in like the Russian-speaking and the Latvian-speaking parts. So the news sites are also usually like they have like the Latvian and the Russian portal, like of the same news portal, and we saw attacks in like those malicious comments, both in Latvian and in Russian portal sides. Like for example, this is clearly bad language, and either it's some translation or somebody made it by hand. I don't know. So this is bad, but then this is there is no errors in this, so it's mixed. So you cannot. It's hard to say. So there is inconsistent the language style, and we also didn't find like so many of those comments to build up very good statistics. It was like 50-ish those identified malicious comments, but so it seems they have also like Latvian language capability.
Okay, let's have the next question. While there's none, I do have one, or actually a couple, but I'm gonna stick with one so that I'll give a hand over there in a minute. So the question is in one of the first slides where you, or was it the slide that we just had on? Yeah, here. No, the next one. Yes, here. There are other comments here. Speaking Latvian, I see that most of these comments actually are not by content the reply to the first comment. So have you considered that it's also part of the campaign? Because only one of the replies to the first comment is actually by content a reply to the content.
Yeah, so that is a difficult question, or I don't know, I don't have a good answer for it, because the others are also replying so that they land in the first page, but they don't have any links in there. So you know that our this investigation lead was the links to sites which are publicly known to host Tula or to be Tula watering holes. So since there are no links to watering holes in the other comments, it was speculation only. So.
Okay, thanks. We have a next question there.
Did you check what kind of authentication or bot checks are in these comment fields. So is it possible for bots to log in and give these comments, or do they have to be humans?
We haven't, but my expectation is that it is possible for bots to log in. Some of the I don't know, accounts, it was like a registered user or registered bot, we don't know. And some were like anonymous. Let's say the news portal operators would most probably, do something if there would be like a huge loads of bot created comments. But if there are only a few, it's difficult to distinguish.
Thanks. We still have time for some more questions.
If you spot something that's very malicious, very bad activity, troll-like, do you call law enforcement? Do you call security service? Do you try to identify it? Do you try to call up a telephone, any action? Or they just keep going and nobody does anything?
Well, of course, if there is like an imminent threat, then we cooperate with all stakeholders. But in this case, one could also speculate that maybe it's only a coincidence, that maybe it's a legit news site which just happened to be owned, but with Tula watering hole, but for so long time. So it's let's say for law enforcement that would be more difficult, because if the resource is outside of your country, it's fairly difficult for them to do something. Of course, Tula activity is a national security concern, of course.
Okay, and final questions here. Sorry, we're running out of time.
Were these comments reported by users or some other parties, or do you find these comments yourselves?
No, we found them ourselves. So basically, how it started that those links, we didn't look for comments. We looked for the links, for the URLs, and then from that we went, oh well, here's a comment, and it's on a first page of a interesting article, and that's how we went.
Okay, let's have a warm round of applause again for Karls Podiņš. Thank you for presenting here.
Thank you.
Thank you, and of course, warming and sweet gift from
thank you
DSS.
very much.
Better? Yes.
Our next presentation is going to be the Global Threat Landscape Report by Bogdan Botezatu, I hope that's correct, who's a senior E-threat analyst at Bitdefender. So let's have applause for Bogdan here.
Hey, thank you. Just give me one more second. I feel like RoboCop. Okay. So hello everybody. Thank you for joining me today. At first I was afraid that the room was about to get empty, but fortunately you're plenty now. So since we're so little left here, let's make it more intimate. Let's do it, I don't know, Q&A based. So please feel free to interrupt me whenever you want. I'm going to ask questions, and the one who gets the answer to those questions, please contact me later for a prize. Okay, so I don't know how familiar you are with Bitdefender. I'm going...
Left side.
Oh, yeah. Left side. Yeah. Working? No? Yeah. We are a Romania-based company. We were founded in 1997. We have 15 years of anti-malware experience as Bitdefender, but we previously were known as another company called AVX. Most of our offices are in Romania. We have 4 centers in which we develop and research anti-malware technologies. The first one is in Bucharest, the capital of Romania. The second largest one is in Iași, where we do antivirus research and where virus signatures come from. Then there's the Cluj office, which deals with active virus control, active threat control, behavioral-based malware detection. And the Timișoara office, which proudly brings us Bitdefender Mobile Security. But other than the Romanian presence, we are an international company. So we are present in most parts of the world. We sell worldwide, with the exception of North Korea and a couple of third world countries. We have offices all over the world, ranging from the United Arab Emirates to the United States. We have an office in Silicon Valley. We also have opened an office in Washington, D.C., and we have global points of presence. We also serve the needs of 500 million users. This is an important milestone for us. This year we reached the 500 million customers, but we are also one of the most major players in the OEM technologies. Basically, we license antivirus signatures or detection, as somebody called earlier, to different other antivirus vendors. So we are so good in detection that some people decide to rather integrate our technology than build their own one. Now that the marketing part has finished, let's go in depth with what I want to address today. E-threat landscape. There's a pretty good reason why we have stopped a couple of years ago building e-threat reports, because they were useless. Nobody cared what malware was ranked what place. Most malware were doing the same over and over again, sending spam, stealing information, doing e-banking fraud, etc. They were just called differently, and they were operated by different gangs, but their main purposes was the same. At some point, we started losing visibility because most malware was generic, which means that malware A today would install a piece of spam bot. Tomorrow would be rented to somebody who wants to do banking malware. Some other days it would be used for DDoS and so on. You couldn't pinpoint things accurately. Things have changed though. That's why I decided to present today the landscape report. We have new threats. And out of these new threats, there are ransomware, exploit kits, and advanced persistent threats. Anybody knows what ransomware means? Come on, I have a prize to give. Okay, go ahead. Feel free. How does it encrypt data? It uses the same technology that we are using to safeguard banking transactions, military communications, things that are important to us. And because it uses the same technology that people have developed and tested in time, decryption is impossible in the absence of the private key. So no matter what you do, if you get infected with ransomware, that's it. Nobody can recover your information in due time. It's possible to brute force that key, but it would take a long time. So you're not going to be alive by the time somebody manages to brute force that encryption. We also have exploit kits. What are they? Similar. offensive exploit kits. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
They start out as like penetration testing kits, don't they? And then the bad guys get a hold of it and they play with the code. And part of Stuxnet is in Metasploit now, for example. And you don't need to be a high-tech person. You can just buy them or get them for free and become a
With one minor provision, it was the other way around. First of all, they were created by the bad guys, and then the good guys decided to bundle exploits to make it easier, more easily available to pen testers. But yes, it's true. You don't have to be a skilled hacker to do that. You just need to fork over something around $10,000 and you're in the malware business. And this is what my presentation is about. Malware as a service. Imagine that, you know, your neighbor's kid hacks you badly and he's not even 12 years old. This is how easy it has become to hack, because malware creation toolkits sell for anywhere between $100 and $10,000. And if you're lucky enough, you can go on a cracking forum and find out an illegal copy. Imagine the irony, an illegal copy of a malware creation toolkit. Basically, somebody spent $10,000, cracked that toolkit, and made it available for anybody to build malware with. It's so easy. Look at the Android mobile landscape. I was closely watching what's happening in Latvia. Do you know what's the most important, most frequently encountered piece of mobile malware in Latvia? It's called AndroRat. It's a piece of Android remote access tool, a spyware kit that you can just build with a point-and-click interface. You just basically enter the IP address of the server you want to control mobile devices from, bundle it with a APK, an application package from the Google Play Store, and then send that piece of malware to the public. Whenever somebody installs that piece of malware, your Android mobile phone automatically connects to the server you have typed into that interface, and you can access emails, you can download photos, you can send and read messages. You can basically locate users. You can do whatever you want. If there's time, I have a video. I can show you the capabilities of a free piece of malware, a piece of malware that you can download for free. Worst thing is that hackers are now acting as a corporation and they have a commitment. They have hourly updates for their software. You have bought an exploit kit. Well, that's it. You get updates. You get free FaceTime technical support via ICQ or Skype. Back in the Rostock days, if you were an affiliate with Rostock, you had 5 developers available for you day and night. They worked to just add new features for the customers. You could customize that exploit pack however you wanted. It was done in one night. You could ask for new features, new modules, new ways to compromise the PC, and you could get it. Everything was already included in price. And this is why the malware landscape has exploded during the past 2 years. Anybody that could tell me how much malware there is on a daily basis or on a monthly basis? You're in the same zone. Yeah, a few millions. I'm going to show you later. But these hackers don't spend this money just in vain. They need to get a return of investment. And the return of investment is like this. For every single dollar paid, you get almost 1,500 times more. You don't need to rob a bank. You just need to buy an exploit kit and some server time on a botnet to send spam to people. Look at the CryptoLocker story. It was one of the first commercial endeavors into the ransomware space. They made $28 million in 4 months, and this is as much as we could track. Because, mark my word, these cybercriminals realized that using one wallet for all the ransom was borderline insane. They attracted too much difference, and then they started to customize one Bitcoin wallet per infection, and then we lost track of how much money they made. 2 months later, they went away. Nobody knows where or why. But I imagine that they have reached a critical threshold, they got their money back, and they left before police got a hold of them. Maybe they launched a new business. I don't know. CryptoLocker was not actually a piece of do-it-yourself malware. It was a custom-made piece of malware that was used by one cybercrime group only. So the reason I'm adding it to the malware as a service story is because it was using a network distribution infrastructure that could put a lot of internet service providers to shame. Remember, these malware servers, command and control centers, come and go. They are being taken down by local certs, by the police, by internet service providers, whatever. So they built a network so resilient that whatever you took out of that network, it would come back alive in less than 1 minute. So it was automatically healing itself. And that network was so good that a lot of people started to use it. A lot of cyber criminal operations started to use the CryptoLocker command and control infrastructure for their own business. Proxying information, stealing data, delivering updates, you name it. That was malware as a service, actually. The network topology. You are right, a couple of millions. So this is how much malware do-it-yourself gangs create per month. 14 million pieces. Likely 3,000 new pieces of malware every single minute. And it's not brand new, because nobody wants brand new. They just want repackaged applications, better obfuscated applications, to trick the antivirus engine and making sure that they only run once, because this is all the CryptoLocker lookalikes need, only to run once. After that, they don't care if they're being detected and deleted. Once they have ran once, they have encrypted all the files, you could safely delete that piece of malware because it's not needed anymore. You are going to reinstall it again to go through the payment process. Once your files are encrypted, that piece of malware is disposable. And here's a new story from the lab. We were looking over the weekend over VirusTotal. I don't know if you're familiar with VirusTotal. It's an aggregated antivirus scanner that basically runs 42 or 44 engines, antivirus engines, competing antivirus engines. You upload a file on VirusTotal, and it's going to give you a verdict of who is detecting that file and who is not. A couple of years ago, cybercriminals used to put VirusTotal to good use into benchmarking how many antiviruses would detect their creations and how many would fail to detect them. But then VirusTotal started collaborating with the antivirus industry and sending samples over. So basically, if my antivirus did not detect a sample, but a competing product like Kaspersky detected, it would automatically send me that sample for analysis. And hackers went more and more into the underground using VirusTotal clones that did not collaborate with the antivirus market. They don't even care now about going into the underground forum. They're still using VirusTotal because they can produce more samples than we can sign. 2,000 pieces of CryptoWall have been uploaded over the course of 2 days on VirusTotal just for benchmarking purposes. We got those 2,000 pieces of ransomware. They never hit the user. This is because every new iteration of CryptoWall or CryptoLocker or TorLocker or however these lockers are called are unique per infection. If I'm sending a sample to you, for instance, it's going to be a unique sample never seen before, specifically crafted for you. For my colleague, for instance, I'm going to send a different one, and so on. And imagine that you send 2 billion spam messages, you're going to get 2 billion different, completely different variants of the same CryptoLocker. This is what made the industry reach 14 million pieces of malware. And it's very difficult from a technological point of view. It's very difficult to keep up with these samples because we're 100 antivirus researchers in Bitdefender. And there's 14 million pieces of malware to look into and sign during the course of 1 week or 1 month. You cannot do that. And still, we achieve great results. This is how it looks overall. If I get the pointer, I'm going to show you that this is the baseline in which do-it-yourself malware kits and zero-day exploit packs have appeared on the market. And the rise in the number of infection has grown significantly. So we have 435 million viruses known to date, and a lot more that we do not know of, or at least not AV-Test knows of. And we project that almost 500 million viruses will be on the market by the end of the year. This includes, of course, samples that do not work on modern operating systems, samples built for Windows NT or Windows 3.1 or whatever, but it's still an impressive amount of malware. And yet, back to the marketing part, advertising. Yet we managed to somehow pull off a technology that allows us to still qualify well in tests. We have been #1 for quite a while. We are specialized in detection, and we have achieved a lot of accolades from the industry, ranging from AV-Test to AV comparatives. We are presently #1 along with our partners. But how do we do it? We have 3 technological pillars in the Bitdefender. We have the Bitdefender Cloud, or as its trademark says, the global protective network. Its mission is to detect, anticipate, and neutralize. How do you detect and anticipate? We use natural machine languages. We use artificial intelligence. We do a lot of research on files. We are basically sitting on big data, and we make sense out of it. We know that if you've been to this presentation, to the presentation before me, somebody said if it looks like a duck and it quakes like a duck, then it's probably a duck. Well, most of the times, the malware that we're seeing does not look like a duck and does not quake like a duck, but it is a duck. So the main objective of the global protective network is to anticipate new threats, to learn from how malware looks like and how it behaves, and to make sure that the verdict that it gives on a file is good. And then the antivirus, based on the verdict, neutralizes that threat. This cloud system is not your average cloud architecture. It serves 11 billion queries a day. It's much more activity. It sees much more activity than Twitter, for instance. And we compete with some of the mid-range social networks in traffic. It's a huge hassle to hold it alive, especially because other than the 11 legit billion questions that it answers a day, there are a lot of hacker groups trying to take it down because there's no fun if somebody isn't attacking you. There's a 3-second immune response time to new threats. This basically means that in 3 seconds, if I have detected a piece of malware in Latvia, for instance, my customers in the United States or in Singapore or in any other part of the world will know about it and be protected against it in relatively short period of time, 3 seconds. That would be the Bitdefender. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. I wonder if you'd install Bitdefender on Mars rover, would it go there in 3 seconds? Huh?
I don't know. Maybe. How much is it?
Oh, it's a long
It's
way
very
to
long.
go. So unless we invent quantum travel, please.
I have a question about the feedback you get from your clients' computers. I've been using computers for over 25 years, and I don't know how many antiviruses I've used, and I use them. But I'm trying to think back. When was the last time, if ever, did my antivirus program say, "Oop, I just got a virus. We erased it, and you are safe"? You must get this information from your clients. How much all these countermeasures, you come up with the signatures, how much feedback do you get from all those computers that they're catching something? Because I haven't gotten anything from my antivirus saying, "Oh, here it is, we stopped your virus, so you're safe."
Well, we have a saying in Bitdefender, there's no need for me to tell you that I've done a good thing. It would be much easier for me and much fairer for the user to tell you, "Oops, I failed. Sorry about that." We don't show messages in the interface anymore. So as of version 2012, you don't get ever notified directly by the antivirus that something has happened. You get a weekly report in which I'm going to tell you how many threats I have fought off, what type of threats have been, where I have detected them, but that's it. I'm not going to pop up and disturb you from your productivity. I'm not going to steal your time just to tell you that I've done my job. After all, you've paid me to do that, right?
But the user, this could be something, I could make my own antivirus, and here, I'll sell it to you for €100. And it's a nice game to play, isn't it? If you don't give feedback to the user, well, I bought a nice car. You can go from 0 to 100 in 10 seconds. We can see the demonstration of the effectiveness. It's kind of strange. I'm not saying your product is bad, but it seems what you're saying now is your product is catching those viruses behind the scenes, and the user doesn't know. But maybe user will think, I don't need a virus anymore, antivirus program, because it catches nothing.
I understand. It's a trade-off because some people would like to know if there's any malicious activity on that device. Some other people would not want to see that pop-up. Imagine that you're in the middle of a presentation and all of a sudden something jumps, I don't want to advertise my product on your slide in front of your audience. So yes, we tried to do test cases, see what the customer wants. And the opinions were split. Somebody wanted information, somebody wanted to be left alone and undisturbed. So we took the middle approach. Okay, I'm going to deliver those reports on a weekly basis, or upon request. If you're going in the interface, you can see malicious activity in real time. But I'm not going to interrupt you from what you're doing.
Okay, thanks. We have a next question.
Definitely.
Okay. I personally was surprised to see that we have almost 500 million viruses existing. So back in my day, there was a thing called polymorphic viruses, and we counted them as one virus. So is it what you're talking about when you say 500 million, or is there unique 500 million viruses?
No, it's 500 million polymorphic variations of a couple of families of malware. So basically, it is a distinct type of virus because to the antivirus it looks like brand new, and the antivirus does not quite care what's inside. It's either you're missing it or you're detecting it and disposing of it. So there are 500 million pieces of different variation of the same year after year old virus.
Okay, thanks. Do we have another question, final question?
So if you have 14 million new samples a month, so how big is your sample file?
I've never counted those pieces of malware, but I can tell you that the database tables that hold information about the virus, like its fingerprint, its first seen, last seen, comparative detections from the vendor, has about 37 point something terabytes. So just metadata, nothing binary. It's incredible. We basically got all the viruses that are in production because we exchange samples with industry, let's say competitors, right? We have malware feeds from competitors. We have malware feeds from partners, and we have malware feeds from VirusTotal. We basically see everything.
Is there a follow-up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask about the size of the signature file that you give to the user.
Well, it's relatively low because we're not relying on signatures anymore or so much as we did in the past. You know, somebody at some point, Symantec, said the antivirus is dead. Well, it is dead the way it used to be with signatures and stuff, because you know you cannot sign malware as fast as it shows up. So we had to rely on different tricks, heuristics, behavioral protection, layered defense mechanisms that include signatures, heuristics, behavior, just to make sure that one of those layers will detect and protect the user. So signatures, not so much. It's, I don't know, the Bitdefender Total Security Kit alone has about 300 megabytes. It is 300 megabytes large. So it couldn't be that blacklist that you're telling me of is minimalistic.
So we don't need a 40 terabyte cluster to run your product. That's good news.
Yes.
Okay, great. Round of applause for Bogdan Batizatu here. And of course, a gift from DSS for the speaker.
One second. Let me just get rid of that.
Okay. Here you go.
Much appreciated. Thank you. And if you want to continue the conversation, you will find us at the Bitdefender stand. Please feel free to visit, learn about new products. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Matteo Tomaselli, who's a security consultant, and we're going to be having a live hacking demo. So I suppose this computer is not going to be used for that. Okay, let's take some time to set up. We still have a couple minutes before we start. And meanwhile, may I remind everyone that we have feedback forms. You're much appreciated to fill in feedback about every speaker and every presentation that you attend. And there's going to be a lottery at the end of the event for everybody who has filled in and submitted their feedback forms.
Okay. Yeah, more or less. Thanks.
Okay, so for everyone just joining us, wow, it's usually like that for live hacking, right? It's full. The room is full. Well, we still have some spaces to stand in the end of the room, so please tell your colleagues to join. And so here we have a live hacking demo by Matteo Tomaselli. Round of applause, please.
Thank you and welcome to today's live hack event from SQL injection to the main admin. Let's have a look of what I'm going to show you today. First I will introduce myself and the company I'm working for. Next we have a quick look at the scenario. Then I hope the demo gods are with me and everything will work during our live hack. Oops, sorry. At the end we have a look at possible mitigations, and if there's some time left we do some question and answers. So, who am I? My name is Tomaselli Matteo. I'm working for SEC Consult as a security consultant, and I'm also a student at the University of Applied Science in St. Pölten, Austria. What our company does is mainly penetration testing and consulting. Okay, scenario. We have some attackers somewhere based on the internet who is attacking our corporate infrastructure, which consists of a DM set with an Apache server running under Ubuntu, and an internal network with a Windows 2012 server as a domain controller, and also a database server which is running under Windows Server 2008. We have some basic firewall rule set where we have 3 zones. The red one is basically the internet. The orange one is our DM set, and the green one is the internal network. So the first rule is just some simple port forwarding. I'm sorry. The second rule rejects all traffic to our DM set from the internet. The third rule is for database connectivity, to allow our web server from the DM set to access the internal database. The next one is for rejecting all other traffic from the DM set to the internal network. And then we have 2 rules for the internal network to allow basically internet surfing and some ICMP traffic. Okay, what are we doing during our attack is we will use an SQL injection to get some command execution. Afterwards, we will spawn a reverse shell from our convenient exploitation. Then we will use a vulnerability or a feature from 1979 to escalate our privileges on those systems. Please note all systems are fully patched and we have an antivirus in place. And if everything works out, we will log into the domain admin, to the domain controller as a domain admin. So let's get started. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So that's the company website. As you can see, most of the content is static and not really interesting. We have some function to query the database. And what it does in the backend is it sends a SQL query to the server to say, please return all products and those descriptions. So what we also can do, for example, is to say, please return all the product stuff and also the username and the passwords from all the users. Okay, that's pretty nice, but since we want to take over the whole domain, we need something like a command execution. And for that purpose, we will at first gather some information. And for example, we should query the database for the current user and the version of the database system, which is actually Microsoft SQL Server 2008. That information is pretty handy because we now know which built-in functions we can use. And the other information we get is that we are running under the system administrator account, which is probably the most worst account to use to connect your web application to your database server, because you're allowed to pretty much do everything on that database. Sorry. Microsoft SQL Server offers some nice functionality, and the most interesting for us in that case is XP-CMD shell, which takes a string as an argument and executes that as a command. Unfortunately, that store procedure is disabled by default for security reasons, so we can use another store procedure to enable that feature. Already did that, so we will skip the part and start right away to execute some command. So we will use XP-CMD shell to send some network packets to our attacker machine to see if we can execute commands, and for that purpose, okay, we will listen on our attacker machine for incoming ICMP traffic. Start that, and when we execute, well, we should. Okay, and we get some feedback from the server. That means we are now able to execute commands, but unfortunately not in a really convenient way. So what we really want is an interactive shell on the target system. What we could do, for example, is to instruct the server and say, okay, please open a port, and if I connect to that port, drop me a shell. This will fail because the firewall don't allow inbound access to the internal network. So what we are doing instead is to say tell the server, please open a shell, connect to my server, and if I accept the connection, drop that shell. For that we need two basic things. One is a handler for incoming connections, which is already running. And the other one is some sort of payload to tell that server to do exactly that. So I prepared that payload, and what it basically does is to download a PowerShell script from my server into a string object, invoke that object and script. Afterwards, we are calling a function called invoke shellcode, which loads our shellcode into memory. And if everything works out, we should get a shell. So. Okay, before I execute that, I want to show you something. We are here on our SQL server. And as you can see, we have two processes running, which are basically our server. And what I also have is Wireshark running to watch for outgoing traffic to our attacker machine. So as soon as I fire off that payload, we should see that our server is going to spawn some new processes. Afterwards, we will download the script from our server. So as you can see, he spawned two subprocesses, the PowerShell to download the script from our attacker machine. And if we look, thank you. So we see at the very beginning that the server downloaded our script from our attacker machine, and afterwards it initialized our reverse shell. So if we go back to our attacker, we should see that we have a shell now. That's more convenient than issuing commands over the web shell. But the problem is that we are right now running as anti-authority network service, which is a built-in user from Windows and which has limited privileges. So we want to escalate our privileges somehow, and what we do is we're using, as I told you before, the vulnerability from 1997. And to achieve that, we have several requirements. The first one is we have a shortcut, a basic Windows shortcut, which I prepared. And as you can see, it's pointing to our attacker machine. The next thing we will need is a fake server, which is listening for incoming connections. Okay. Then we need some kind of network share. Windows, yeah, where we can upload, excuse me, where we can upload our shortcut. So we've got a share, we got the server, we got the shortcut. The last thing that is missing is some tiny user interaction. And what we have to do first is to upload our shortcut to that machine. Uses MTL desktop. I'm sorry, everything is a little bit laggy. Okay, so we prepared everything for a successful attack, and what I'm going to do now is I will log into our domain controller as an administrator and will browse that share. And what's going to happen in the background is Windows will see that there's our shortcut located on that share. And the next thing Windows will do is it will notice that the resource is located somewhere on the network, so it will use the SMB protocol to access this resource. And via doing so, it will leak the hash of the administrator. And our fake server, which I set up on the attacker machine, will capture that hash if everything works out. So I'm just browsing the share without doing anything else, and you can see there's our file I uploaded. And if we go back to our attacker machine, we should see that we got the NTLM hash of the administrator. So the NTLM hash is basically the password of the administrator in a hash format. And what we now have to do is we have to crack that somehow. So we paste that just in a file. And I prepared a word list to crack that with 3 words. And also I have some rules. And what's going to happen is that our tool will use those words and manipulate them based on the rules I provided. So it creates several versions of it, and if we are lucky, we see we cracked the password of our administrator. Okay. And to prove that that works out. Okay. What we are now doing is that we will log into our domain controller. For that we need some port forwarding and tunneling through our Metapreter session. So I will try to add some port forwarding for the remote desktop protocol. 100, 0, 0, 100. Port forward add. Kidding me? Okay. Okay. Sorry, totally forgot that. So basically it says, I'm sorry, I can't bind to that port because it's already in use, because our fake server was running. So if we try that again, we have now some port forwarding from our host. So what we are doing is we are tunneling through the firewall to that host and tell that host that he should please forward 1 port for the remote desktop protocol. And if I'm going to connect as administrator, the domain is NoSec. You can see that we are now logged into the domain controller as a domain admin, and yeah, we can do pretty much everything what we want. So that's it for the live hacking part. Okay. Okay, what went wrong? The first one is we had an SQL injection on that web application. You should really use prepared statements or filter the input of the user. The next thing, what was pretty bad, was that the connection to the database server was established as a server administrator, and there's no reason to use an account with the highest privilege level. Another mitigation would be to tune the firewall rules to say, okay, I'm blocking port 139 and 445, which is used for SMB, the protocol which leaked our hash. And the next thing is that if we had an, for example, intrusion detection system in place, it would probably catch our payload, which we executed. But that's not really a bulletproof solution because you can still encode the payload and try to bypass the IDS. What also went wrong were the permission on that share, because I really shouldn't be able to write to a share, and yeah, that's it. So if you have some questions, feel free.
Well, people getting more and more into this room. Are there any questions? So for me, this was a really easy to understand presentation, and my question was actually answered in the last slide. So what can we do about it? So, do you have any more comments? Is there anything else?
Well, I guess the best thing you can do is do a penetration test and try to improve the security of your infrastructure. In general, it's hard to answer. I mean, that's a pretty special scenario. I doubt you find exactly that one somewhere in the reality. So there are a lot of points where something can go wrong. So it's not that easy to answer your question.
Okay, we have some more questions.
Thank you very much. Impressive, most impressive. I know you're not feeling well with your nose right now.
I'm sorry for that, yeah.
As a matter of fact, here's tissues.
Thank you very much, sir.
My question is that first example of yours. How effective would that be today? Going to the website, the search function, put in that foo command to get the administrator's password or something. If you go to, let's say, some website today, a big company, a small company, how effective will that still be today? Or is it just more of an example?
Yeah, well, SQL injection is a pretty old vulnerability, and most of the companies or developers should be aware of it. Unfortunately, it happens from time to time. So maybe you have to search a long time to find one, but if you find one, it's pretty bad.
Okay, we have a second question in the back here.
So my question is, from the moment that you discovered that you can do an SQL injection this way, how long would an experienced penetration tester, I don't know, hacker, how much time would it take to craft this whole attack?
You
like
mean
in hours, like, you know,
okay.
from start to end.
Until I have total control of the domain, or
yeah, total control. Just like finding the vulnerabilities and finding like this specific attack, how long would it take?
okay. Well, it depends. Let's say around 3 or 4 hours, if you're not limited by the scope. So something around that, probably.
Do we have some additional questions? Yes, wait for the mic, please. And I can use this opportunity to remind everyone watching online that you can ask questions on Twitter with the hashtag DSS ITSEC2015 also.
What about Linux versus the Windows? Does it also have such vulnerabilities? Would it be really much harder to crack, or is it just, you know?
Well, that's hard to answer because on Windows you have the whole domain environment with everything. You have the SMB protocol, which also exists on Linux, but your Linux machine isn't really integrated into that domain. So in general, it's hard to answer because Linux operates totally different than Windows. So you have certain vulnerabilities which you encounter under Linux systems, which Windows doesn't have, and the other way around. So, yeah.
Okay, one more question here.
How safe are those who use Apple? How safe?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I mean, as a notebook, it's okay, I guess. But I don't really have experience with Apple, and I have no idea about Apple servers, to be honest. So I'm sorry for that.
Yep.
Question about countermeasures. You mentioned a lot of countermeasures for your demo.
Yep.
Is there a way around all of them, or there is just a need to be found another way in, not to go through them?
Okay, let me try to explain that. For example, we started off with the SQL injection, so that was our entry point. And without the SQL injection, I wouldn't be able to execute commands over the SQL Server and everything else. But what I can do is I can put basically that payload, which leaks your hash, into a PDF and send you an email. So the initial attack vector differs, but in the end we have the same outcome. So to be totally safe, that's pretty hard. Like there's mostly a way to exploit it somehow.
Okay, we still have time for one or maybe two more questions if you still haven't asked something about this demo, or maybe you've probably done some other demos and of course live hacking, right? So maybe someone wants to ask about that. Oh, yeah.
You mentioned that both systems were absolutely patched and having an antivirus, but you also mentioned that for getting the hash of the password, you used a vulnerability from 1997, right? How come?
Yeah, well, I quoted that because it's not really a vulnerability; it's a feature, more or less. So, yeah, I know. I'm sorry for that, but that's just how Windows work. Like, you can't really change it. Like, you have to. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's Windows.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I think with this this sentence we can end both this presentation. So that's Windows, and this midday session. Thank you again
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
presentation. And here's some tea and something more stronger for you. So after the coffee break, which ends at 15:50, not 16, but 15:50, we're going to have two more great presentations here, how to hack a drone and ethical hacker in real action. So be here for 15:50, please. Welcome to the afternoon session of Malware Analysis and Hackers in Action. I'm your moderator, Kirill Saloyos, and we unfortunately only have 2 more presentations remaining. So sorry for that, guys and girls, but that's all we have for today. So the first of the 2 presentations that we're going to have is by Jānis Zerve, and it is going to be on how to hack a drone, which is probably apparent from what you see here on the table already. So please, let's have a warm round of applause for Jānis Zerve.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jānis Zerve, and today I'm going to talk about drones and security of the drones in terms of data security, although the drones themselves present an obvious physical security as well. Security threat. I am now representing a company called UGCS, which develops software for the drones, and I have a pretty good experience of all the communication protocols which are involved in this drone business. And when I'm saying drone, I mean vehicles like these on the table. We are not talking here about military-grade Predator-type drones here. So my personal belief is that in some time there will be a sky full of these vehicles, just like cars now. And nobody predicted that there will be such many cars today 100 years ago. So I predict a similar future for unmanned aerial vehicles, and this is just the beginning. And to connect it to the with the conference theme, so there is a pretty lot of security involved, data security involved in the drones as well. I have a 15-year experience of the program in the programming, computer programming, and low-level stuff, and I have a master's degree in computer science, and this is also my hobby as well. So I have a luxury having a job the same as a hobby. So let's begin and see what we'll have here. So for first we'll see what the drone itself, what does it mean. So I'll start my clock so I don't run out of time. So there are various components in the drone which can be vulnerable to various security attacks. So the obvious ones are the control channel. So this is the channel which you are using to control the drone, and obviously it is a wireless, so radio channel. That is the channel which is used for user commands from the ground to tell the drone where to fly. Telemetry channel is the backwards channel, so it tells where the drone is and what does it do. And then there are various sensors on the drone which provide the location awareness of the drone itself. So there are a bunch of them. In modern drones, I can easily name at least 10 different sensors like altitude, GPS, barometer, accelerometer, and gyroscopes, and so on. And all of those are basically attack surfaces. So when we talk about this, then we need to understand that the drone, typically in data security, in IT security, we talk about the security of the data, which is also present in the drones, but the drone itself presents also a physical threat. So you can, attacker can mangle with the control channels of the drone and land it or crash land in inappropriate places. And we already know that it has been the case already, and they had pretty big publicity as well. So we will go deeper into these issues, and I'll try to explain what is this thing about. So what we can do. What's the current state of the what's the current situation with data security on the drones? So for consumer level drones, ease of use is the king. So if user wants to if producer wants his drone to be purchased, user doesn't want to do anything, just plug it in and fly. And as you know, data security is about the balance between ease of use and security, basically. And in these kinds of vehicles, this ease of use prevails big. And on the drone, there is an actual computer running, because that's why they became so mainstream, and becoming so mainstream just recently, not just 10 years ago, 15 years ago. There was no such thing as this, for example, you can buy in each store now. That is because it needs quite a lot of computing power to actually stay airborne. And all those drones are actual computers. So that basically means if they are bigger than even the smaller one, the black one has a Linux running on it. So it's a full-fledged operating system, and the white one too, which includes the file system, the network stack, and everything. So you have an FTP servers, web servers running on the drones and stuff like that. So all the stuff we are talking here in this conference also applies to these things. Plus, in this case, you can take control of the drone itself, like where to go, what to do. And of course, you can, or attacker can, sniff or steal the information what drone is seeing, or what data it's gathering. So there's some ideas what we can do to make this easier, to make this more secure. And for example, this thing, when you turn it on, it creates a wireless access point without a password, without encryption. So basically, once you turn it on, everybody can can see it and log in, and there's no security whatsoever in terms of passwords, users, or anything. Just when you telnet into it, you get root access to the Linux on board, which is basically you get everything. So this is a pretty old model, like 5 years old. But also the newer ones are, from the security point of view, are the same. And there were also already, you can download on the internet rootkits for this thing, so you can either hijack your neighbor's drone or use your drone to hijack neighbor's Wi-Fi and stuff like that. So basically all you can do with the Linux, you can do with the drone, so you have a flying Linux. What can be better than that? This drone also uses Wi-Fi, but at least it's encrypted, although the encryption password is on your phone, and it needs to be the same on all the devices which is connecting to it. So it's also pretty non-secure, I would say. There are other drones which are not using the Wi-Fi. So the Wi-Fi is used basically because it's so common and because it's so understandable, accessible from everywhere. So basically, you control these drones with your phone or laptop or tablet. So to secure that thing would be easiest way would be to do a secure Wi-Fi at least, and use some more serious encryption than it is used now. But that would involve configuring your device which is connecting to the drone, and that also then that's a time and user don't want to do that. They just fly and film whatever they want. Another thing about the securing the system on board the drone is doing some encryption on the file system, or at least encrypting the channels, authenticating the users and encrypting the data which is going back and forth to the drone. Of course, these vehicles have not so powerful computers on them, so encryption can take some power from the flying controller, but today's solutions for that make this argument irrelevant. So encryption currently does not slow down in general. It's not a big deal in terms of computing power required. This is more about administration of keys and stuff like that. So, and to go into deeper specifics here, I can tell about two cases which I have been part of and know. Well, it's kind of white hacking, and in part as part of my job was to understand all these communication things drones are using. So there are two case studies, and one of those I already mentioned. So started to mention is that they are using a standard Wi-Fi connection with no encryption, no authentication, and so the drone is fully exposed, and that's the black one on the table. On the second one is using a dedicated radio channel, which is not a Wi-Fi, but it's the same frequency, because that's the frequency which you can use freely. So so there's no need for no restrictions on the frequency use apart from transmission power. It does use encrypted protocol, but there is no authentication. So once you get the key, you can connect to the drone, to any drone basically, because the key is hard-coded into the drone itself, and that means that basically, if the key is somewhere stored when everybody can look at it, there is no point of encryption at all. So it's kind of harder to get into the second drone. Well, not this one, but there is another vendor, and so there's no point having to have an encryption if you can get the key. It kind of slows it down, but once it's broken, it's broken for everybody. And so we can wish that in this area, in this industry, it can do much better than that. How exactly? So my theme was called how to hack a drone. So I think that the answer is currently, at least, and it refers to the consumer grade drones. It's easy and trivial, basically. And I think that from what I told, you'll agree with me. There are more. There's one more thing I wanted to tell is that my work involves like I'm working with different vendors of the drones, so we buy them, we test them, and we make software which is able to connect to all of various possible autopilots and vehicles. So and none of them is actually secure from what IT professional would expect to be. And that's a big problem, and then we could improve in that sense very much. So somehow in perspective of time, this is about the time where internet was like 40 years ago, when there was an FTP protocol which you can transfer files between two servers, logging into each other. So that's basically not allowed in current situation. This is a very bad practice. So no encryption, nothing. So these drones, from the security point of view, live like 40 years ago, and we need to do something about that. Definitely, there is one example where this can be very critical. So we have a scenario when a client wants to use a drone for physical intruder detection. So you have an industry or a pipeline which has sensors for intrusion, some fences or cameras along the line or along the fence. But when the sensor goes off, you don't know what exactly happened. So they know where the sensor was, but if that's a 100-kilometer pipeline, you need to send a patrol there. So what they do is first send drone there to see what's going on. And while the patrol is on the way, the drone can at least give you visual control. So, for example, in these scenarios, it's very important that the drone itself is pretty secure. One important point which I did not touch much, but I know there is a discussion, a lot of discussion about that, is also that these drones heavily depend on external infrastructure, and the main part of it is GPS. The drone itself is blind, and mostly I don't know actually about drones which are able to fly without GPS. So, for example, the attacker can just what was the word? Interfere with the GPS frequency, and drone will go nuts, and typically it will land. It will just land itself to avoid some crash landing and stuff, or try to hover. But the sensors on the drone can hold it in horizontal flight, but they cannot work against the wind. So wind will blow them somewhere or the whatever. So if there is no GPS, drone is basically useless in our case. And there are even scenarios when a sophisticated attack is not just smash the GPS signal, but actually spoof it to some extent, that so the drone is thinking that it's using a legitimate GPS, but actually it's spoofed GPS, and it makes it land normally somewhere where the attacker wants. So that's a very possible scenario. Of course, it involves quite a lot of hardware and technology, but currently it's already possible. So that again, one more thing. The problem with drones, why they are not flying around already in the air, technologically it's already possible. So we have these which are capable, like, okay, this drone can fly 20 minutes, but there are drones which can fly 100 minutes, like an hour or so. The problem why the gain they are giving to society and to us, I think, is very big. And the problem why they are not there is that it's political issue. So we need to put our act together and understand. So if, for example, the question when the drone goes down and hits something, who is liable, either the vendor of the drone or the owner, and how do we find one or the other? So all those things are currently being discussed heavily in US and EU. And that basically is my presentation, what I wanted to talk about. I apologize, I am not very frequent guest in such conferences, so my talk may be not that fluent. Sorry for that, but I want to, I'll open question answer session if you want, if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'm sure there are questions. If I may start this time, you understand that your presentation is mainly on the technical aspects of drone security, but you did touch policy perspective in your last sentence of the presentation. So if you can comment, I don't expect you to do that, but if you can comment on the policy implications of these drones versus military drones. So you said, well, we need to have some liability for these drones, either the vendor or the operator responsible. So do you know anything about the military drones regarding that? Is it already resolved in military area? So which area is going faster policy-wise, this or the other one?
Well, I'm civilian, so I don't know actually anything about military drones. But I do know that in Latvia, they just passed a law, I think a few days back, when military is allowed to take the drone down if it flies over a military base.
Is it okay to shoot the drone if it flies over my
No.
backyard? Why not?
Actually, there was an interesting case in the US when somebody shot the drone with a shotgun, and it turned out it was neighbor's drone, and he sued him, and he sued back, and I think the trial is still going on. But the main issue, what they are, the case was about a reasonable expectancy of privacy, right? And under this clause, this case goes, so was that your drone, like the drone flying on my land, was it penetrating my expectancy of the privacy? So that's the question. But that's an American law, and I don't know that about anything like that in Latvia.
So policy is being formed as we speak. So do we have some questions here?
Actually, I have two, but very quick. First, why these drones are not using some already in place standards? It's common for Linux and Windows and everything else in IT to have some standards, and now these standards are pretty secure. Why just don't use them? And the second question is, what about you have spoken about Wi-Fi, but what about GSM networking? Would be that this would give drones much wider range and much wider data capabilities.
GSM networking is pretty much as IP networking in this sense. So there are already drones which have SIM cards on them, so you can control via GSM network via actually internet. So native GSM, I don't know. But it's IP over GSM, IP over mobile. So about the standards, yes, the problem is that there are no standards and no even de facto standards or agreed upon like best practices in the radio link communications. I think that is because this industry is pretty young, and military has that. Military has been doing this for 50 years already. And why this was not available for civilian users? Because of the cost. And the cost went down just recently, and now there are full stores of these drones. So every vendor who is doing this tries its own approach. And we are actually one of our businesses actually make all these drones to work together. Like I would call that the standard, yes. But the protocols they are using there's quite a myriad of whatever the bytes they are sending, and the standards they are using are very, very open in the sense that not encrypted, but also not defined well. So.
Okay, we've run out of time, unfortunately, so thank you a lot. Can I have a round of applause again for Jānis Dzērve for his presentation here? And, of course, a gift from DSS Security Solutions to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I see everyone here probably knows they're here for the final presentation of this session here, and it's going to be Ethical Hacker in Real Action by Peter Guborevich, and we're just finishing some final setup here. So from what I can tell from here, it seems that instead of virtual machines, which are used usually, we have some hardware here, so maybe we're going to see something a little bit different than the previous year. I do hope so. And we're just finishing up the setup here. And I will use this opportunity one final time to remind you that if you want to participate in the lottery that's going to happen after the panel, after the session, you should fill out these feedback forms found in your folders and submit them by the end of the event, so during the panel. Okay, and when you're leaving the room, here are some documents on training by New Horizons. You can take them with you when you're leaving the room. Are you ready? Let's... Okay, it seems we have two screens set up, two laptops, lots of wires. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Guborevich, please round of applause.
Hi. Is it working? Yes? Yeah. I turned. It works. Okay. It works. So in this setup, we're going to hack some volunteer. Okay. Some volunteer wants to participate in this event, so I just asked him to assist me just a little bit. He's gonna navigate some unknown website, I don't know which one, and I'm gonna hack it. Not website, but him, because I suspect the website owner is not really happy with this. He will not agree. So okay, just still one moment. And I begin. Okay, so first of all, our setup is like, let's begin with Windows 7. And I will use some Kali Linux. And that's it. So first of all, we've got, it's not the first, but also important. We're not going to hack into this real subnet, because we have a lot of PCs in here. I expect someone will not be happy with this, okay? That we're going to hack him as well. So I brought my MikroTik router and installed one additional subnet. So we're still connected to the internet, but with dedicated MikroTik router, okay? So in this scenario, I have received some IP address from this router. Let's check it. Just to be sure. Yeah, okay. I have some IP address like this one. It's going to be important for hacking, okay? Basically, we have some victim connected to the internet and to the same subnet. I want to discover which websites he visits. Okay, this is quite simple. First of all, let me discover my victim in this network. So I will use just an nmap. I'll have some plan. Just a second. So I will use nmap to discover the victim. I will type a few commands like nmap -sp
and say this is going to be this subnet 172.25.200/24. Let's discover someone. We've got a lot of PCs in here. Okay. So let me show you. We have a few physical machines. Oh yeah, this one is our router board, MikroTik. That's okay. 2 virtual machines, okay, and 2 physical machines. You know what? I will not hack into my physical machine, okay? I will not hack into his physical machine as well. But I'll choose something like which IP address this can be. One is Windows 7, one is Windows 8. Okay. This is going to be this one. Okay. Sorry. This one. This is going to be my victim. That's cool. All right. First of all, I'll launch ERP spoofing. This is easy. Do you know what's that? ERP spoofing. That's quite simple. First of all, let me enable the routing on this machine. So let me just paste the command to type it manually. It's like quite simple. You probably know this command. Just I'm enabling forwarding on my machine. That's okay. Copy, paste. Well, now 2 more windows to execute ERP spoofing. I will ERP spoof. My target is, my victim is 172.25.200.191, probably. And the router IP address is 172.25.201. Okay, this is like that. Basically, being me in the middle, I will tell him that I'm the router. And I will tell the router that I'm him. That's it. I'm just in the middle between the router and my victim. And this is going to be 2-way communication. So I will spoof it both directions. Okay. And this is like that. And this is like that. Launching, spoofing this one. Okay. It works. Now let's discover which websites my victim visits. This is not going to be too funny, but let it be like that. URL snarf. So I'm listening on port 80 and expect my victim to visit some website. Oh. Almost correct. I see a lot of gets, posts. Maybe something interesting. But basically, I expect him to visit his favorite website. Okay, I see this favorite website, and this is this one, event DSS.tel. We do know this website. Yes, probably no. Okay. I got bored of this text, okay? It's not like hacking, like to reading some text. It's not interesting. I want to see some pictures. Okay, so to do this, I launch DriftNet. Oh, sorry. DriftNet. Because I'm just a little bit stupid. Okay, and let him surf to this website content. I'm not sure if I will see anything. Well, oh yes. Just for you to understand why this presentation happens on 2 machines, I want to show you that this is for real and this is not like virtual game. Yeah, it's not virtualized like completely. He's surfing for real. And I'm not spoofing this website, not spoofing yet. I'm just capturing this traffic by using man-in-the-middle attack. And I see all the pictures. Basically, I know all those faces. I got bored of those faces. Can you show me something interesting? Oh, yes. Oh, I'm not advertising anything. He probably just reading news, yes? Yeah, this is TVNet website. Okay, that's good. I got bored of those pictures as well. It's not prawn. Not interesting. So let's wait just a little bit while my victim connects to some more interesting website. What was that? What was that? Oh. Could be my victim is a little bit hungry. Yeah, he's getting hungry. That's good. That's good. You know what? I want to capture his order. He wants to place some order on this website. I want to capture this order. Okay. So to do this, I'll do it quite simple. I will execute man-in-the-middle proxy to do this, just in case. You see, I'm still RP spoofing him. That's good. So now, now, I'll copy one more command. Is anyone able to explain me this command? IP tables, NAT, pre-routing, port 80. Port redirection, that's it. Nothing really special, okay? Because man-in-the-middle proxy runs on port 8080 by default. So I like it to do it like that. Okay. Now I expect him to continue surfing the web and to place some order. Okay, I'm not watching. I'm not watching, okay? This is a completely different machine. This is it. What's he typing? Do you know? When placing orders, he types some name, surname, phone number, physical address. We will see it. I expect it to see. I expect. Oops. 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 No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Order. Can you please place your order once again? Okay, I wasn't capturing from the beginning, okay? You probably saw it. By the way, I will see something interesting. What operating system does he use? Yes, it's Windows 7, which is Windows NT 6.1. And which browser is he using? Just as simple, yeah, okay. So let's check if I see some. I only see gets. No posts. I want to see my post. No, this is not going to be as funny.
Maybe that's JavaScript and it doesn't make any HTTP requests yet.
No. It was just working. Sorry. Can please place some order just from the beginning? Just quickly, like. Well. Well, something works. Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of time to capture this event. I'm looking for posts, not gets, but posts. I see some requests, like post this one. And now expecting to see one more post. Yeah, post teams. Well. Okay, sorry for the first time. The second time is much more interesting. Can you tell me his name and surname? Can you tell me his phone number? Maybe you know where is he living? No? Maybe you also know his door code? But I do know. I do. This is the door code, the address, and his name, surname. Okay, just a little below. Also, you can see some geodata and the email address. This is personal data, like name, surname, the phone number, an address. Okay, in fact, he is not Jan Zberzic. He's Mr. Tom. So can you please, Tom, tell me, are you happy with this, that I am seeing your personal data?
Of course not, because also this is prohibited by Latvian law, and this company, for example, Google, must protect this data.
Yes, this data comes under personal data protection law in Latvia, but it's not any offense to Lulu, okay? Because there are hundreds of Lulus like that around. You can order from someone popular else, and you will see that they proceed data with unrestricted, unsecured HTTP protocol. So basically, I'm able to capture this communication just simply because I'm capturing HTTP. They are not using SSL. They're not using digital certificates, and that's it. This is as simple. Again, it's not like only Lulu and that's it. You know, popular food delivery systems in Latvia, probably can name quite a few, yeah? They all use the system and a lot of internet shops. So any hacker can extract this personal data and abuse user layer. And we can collect those data and sell to someone who is interested in this data. Can you tell me, Tom, if you have noticed my presence in this system? Yeah, no, you cannot notice that. I'm just playing man-in-the-middle game. Okay, by using this software, I can also alter traffic. We are short of time. Just for you to understand that this is possible, this is easy and possible. Such proxy programs are able to update traffic, not just simply capture. I can order this pizza to my address, like this one. This is as simple. But some manufacturers also provide the data of order details. Like you have ordered some particular pizza by this price, and you can modify this price. When buying something on their website, you cannot modify the price. You just simply buy it, okay? But if you're using some proxy, you can update this field in real time and buy, not by 5, but by 3 euros. You want some discount? Okay, this is easy. This is easy, that's it. Okay, so now we know something about our victim, like which browsers he is using. Not this one, okay. Also, we know his favorite places like event.dss.lv. We know also operating system version. Yeah, forgot one more thing. Yeah, completely forgot. Forgot about what? Some websites are protected with SSL. Is it? It is. Yeah, that's it. Just for instance, Facebook. Can you please navigate to Facebook.com? www.facebook.com, and you probably do not see it, but it navigates to https facebook.com. If you want to check my traffic, you will see that I see nothing. I see just nothing from this traffic. You see the first get, and this is the last for me. Because the Facebook has redirected him to HTTPS website, and now it's secured with certificate, and you can see the certificate. Okay, the issue is that most of us never log this site. Just everything looks all right. That's it. Can you please close the browser? I want to do something special about it, and in particular, I will launch SSL strip, which will prevent HTTPS redirection, and also forcibly close existing connection and listen on port 8080. Let me show you not like this, but like this. SSL strip. This program does not break into SSL, okay? But it prevents you from opening HTTPS from redirection. Can you please, Tom, navigate to Facebook right now? Using any browser. Also, it's not about operating system. It's about just the web protocol, so you can navigate from your mobile phone. It doesn't really matter. Can you please type in http dot no? Yeah, it switches to S. Just let me check if I do it right. Because, you know, I'm a little bit... Should be like that. Just once again. Oh, can be cached in some way. Can you please clear your cache and do it once again? Oh, it's redirecting from facebook.com, not freewfacebook.com, okay? Could be some other idea. Come on. Okay, I'm stupid. Sorry. It happens. In private. No, basically I see some issue with my SL strip probably, but pre-routing is okay. Okay, like this one. SL strip. I'm still working. Now it works. Okay. Well, this trick will not work if you have HTTPS in favorites. Okay. This program does not break into a SSL communication. This program doesn't prevent you from opening a SSL. No. It only works with redirection. When you navigate to some website which requires SSL, like let me navigate to some website, I don't know, like this one, in private, freewss.lv, and you see this website redirects me to HTTPS automatically. In this case, oh yeah, this is quite the same. Now it works in here. Just a little bit patience. And he was not redirected to HTTPS. In fact, my computer was redirected to HTTPS. So now I'm having HTTPS session to that website. I'm man in the middle. I'm still man in the middle. So basically he comes to me, I'm capturing this traffic, I'm communicating by using HTTPS to SSLV, and then I return back HTTP to him. This is as funny. So now he is vulnerable to this sniffing attack as well. Okay, so you need to look carefully at URL if you're really using HTTPS, okay? So basically that's it. The first part, the second part. We are running out of time, so I will do it quickly. We'll continue working with Internet Explorer in Windows 7. I will launch one more Linux. Because it's updated with, the Metasploit is updated in this Kali 2. So sometimes I'm using Kali 1, sometimes I'm using Kali 2. Yeah. So now I know his favorite website, which is event.dss.lv. This is funny. This is good. First of all, I will spoof it. So on Kali 1, I'll do like that. I will disable pre-routing and port redirection. Okay. I know that an IP address of this Kali 2 is... Just a minute. Let me log on. Let me check my ifconfig. and IP address of this machine is this one. And I will execute an exploit on this machine. This exploit will execute buffer overflow on his computer and his browser, and I will take complete control of his machine. So, to do this, I will launch MSF console, which is Metasploit Framework console. I will use some particular exploit. Let me magnify this for you. So this is going to be exploit which works on many operating systems. So I'm typing multi. This exploit is against browser. And in particular, this exploit exploits Adobe Flash Player vulnerability. Do you know what Adobe Flash Player is? Do you like it? No? Why? Why? But I like it. I like it a lot. This exploit is a little bit new, not completely new. It was published on July. So in July there were published 3 Adobe exploits. How frequently do you update your Windows machines or Linux machines as well? Not really. Let me show you targets. So this exploit can target both Linux and Windows. Just for you to understand that this is not about Windows, okay? It's about Adobe. Okay, I said target 0. Now, I will create web server. So set server port as 80, and I will set URL path of root. So I expect Tom will navigate to the website, to the root folder, and I will capture this. Okay, so about payload. Payload is a virus which I upload to this machine. So payload is like Windows, Metapreter, you probably know this one. Yes? Okay, penetration testers definitely know. Reverse TCP. Come on. Reverse TCP. Okay. I want this hacked machine to connect back to my machine. Oh, I forgot my IP address. Okay. What's my IP address? If config. This one. Copy. So set listening host as like this one. Well, that's it, exploit. Now I have the web server running on my machine on port 80. And also I have Metapreter console running on this port. And I will wait for incoming connection from hacked machine. But to make it happen, I will also use one more trick, which is I will DNS spoof this machine. So I have prepared the file. Sorry, we are running out of time, so we need to do it quickly. In case my victim opens this website, navigates to this website, event.dss.lv, in fact, he will be redirected to my IP address, to IP address of my Linux, okay? And I expect him to get exploited. So now, I'm launching the DNS spoof command. This looks like that. DNS spoof. File, root, desktop. It's located on my desktop. dns.txt. It's okay. Now it's listening. Can you please, Tom, navigate to your favorite website? He will. Well. Can you please clear the cache? Yeah. The issue is that he doesn't. Oh, no, it works. He doesn't really need to go to DNS frequently. He has cached value, but now this should work. Okay. And now something happened. What exactly? I have meta process session opened. Okay, that's good. So I have sent him some specifically crafted HTML with file which contains vulnerability. Oh, not vulnerability, but exploit. He has vulnerability, okay? So sessions interact one. I want to navigate to this session. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Get user ID. Oh. Process list, first of all. Now, I see the process list of this machine. That's good. Get process ID. So I'm living into some particular process, 3512, this one. I got hacked into this memory, in this process memory. Okay, that's cool. So let's migrate to another executable, because I expect him to close the browser. Let's try it a little bit. So I'm leaving browser. Possibly the browser will close and reopen again, that's it. But I'm into session, yeah, that's why it opened session 2. But I'm located in another process, get process ID, 2004. So basically now he can close his browser, and this is okay, because this is simple. I'm living in Explorer XZ. Okay. Let me upload some gift. You know, in this conference, we share gifts. Yeah. So let me share some gift to him. Upload /cdb.exe. Let me try it. Get working directory. Yeah. He's not administrator. Okay. Okay. Let me upload to his home folder and execute this gift. I'm sorry. Dash file. What is it? Your personal files are encrypted. That's fine. That's not the end. Give me 1 more minute, okay? 2 more minutes. Windows 8. I need your Windows 8 in place, okay? Oh, this one, okay, let me kill it. I want some ransom first. Okay. Okay. It'll be like that. Now, do you think this is about Windows 7? Do you think this is about Internet Explorer and Bill Gates is guilty? No. No, no, no. This is not about, again, not about operating system. Now you see the Windows 8.1, which is almost the latest operating system, okay? Almost. And it also has some Firefox installed, which is not really old one. It's outdated just a little bit. So let's navigate to my exploit. This is the same, event DSS.lv, okay? Let's try it. Not this one. You haven't closed this one, so again, ipconfig flush DNS. I put this session on background, session 1. Could be I will return back to this. Okay. Now let's navigate to your favorite website. Okay, I'm not spoofing this machine. I'm spoofing some other machine. Yeah. Let me spoof your IP address, which is, can you please tell me your IP address? This one. Because this is another victim, just simply another victim. That's it. So can you please open Firefox and navigate to my website. I just want to show you that this is not about Internet Explorer, okay? I'm setting stage. Yeah, setting stage. I have some session. Do you understand that this unsuspecting victim just simply navigates to his favorite website? This is not like specifically crafted website. No, to this some official website. Okay. Sessions interact free. I'm in. Just to make it quick. Webcam list. Webcam stream. Tom, can you please show me your face when you first saw that virus?
So for you to understand, this virus can be put into the clone of the same website as a company.
I can clone the website, copy website to my machine, and insert some additional gift, just a gift, into this website. Do you like it? And now that's it.
Thank you so much, Peter. This was a great presentation. Unfortunately, we are 7 minutes behind schedule, so no questions. But I hope after the panel you'll be available, or during the panel for those who really want to ask Peter something. But we have panel running in venue 1, so that's where we are going. Please don't forget to fill in the feedback forms if you participate in the lottery. Thank you, everybody. That's all for venue 3 for today. It's been my pleasure. And of course, Peter, a gift. It's not enough for the large team of yours, but here you go.
Thank you so much.
And you can